Well, calling this meeting to order. Sherry Farmer, President of the Board. Looking for a flag. Right behind you. Right behind me. Okay. Right on this and. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
All right, we have a quorum. All 5 board members are here. And all staff that are necessary and needed seem to be here as well. Is Mr. Green here?
He's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom.
I'm live here, Harry. Good morning.
All right, Leslie. Thank you.
All right.
All right, obviously the purpose of this workshop is to review our annual review of the strategic plan. So why don't I just hand this off to General Manager McElhaney, let him move on from here.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 3A.
Oh, I should tell you, I'm sorry. I thought maybe I misunderstood this here. Why don't I go to public comment? Keep in mind that this is obviously only on the strategic plan, and this is the.
Don't we do one, I think we're on 1D. I think we're on 1D.
All right.
We do have, I think, was General Manager McElhaney does.
Okay. So with 1D, should I hand this off to the general manager as I just did?
Yes.
Okay, well, General Manager McElhaney, once again, it appears to be all yours.
Okay, so there's no agenda item related to this, but so 1D is basically the purpose of the workshop. Introduction of our facilitator, which is Mr. Dick Clark. The board of directors, management staff, and myself. That's it.
All right. And so should we have everybody introduce themselves? I think we all know one another, yes?
Well, the public
The
watching.
public doesn't. If somebody's watching it for the first time, it would be nice to know who the participants are.
All right, well, why don't we start with the general manager, go around with staff, and then the board can introduce themselves last, if everybody's okay with that.
Absolutely, President Farmer. My name is. That's our doorbell in the front. So my name is Matthew McElhaney. I'm general manager for the Cambria Community Service District.
I'm Haley Dodson and I'm the confidential administrative assistant.
Denise Fritz, I'm the administrative department manager and finance manager.
Dick Clark, resident of Cambria for 26 years. I'll be the facilitator.
Tristan Reaper, program manager for the utilities and engineering department.
Good morning, Michael Berkey, fire chief.
Michael Thomas, director.
David Hirsch, assistant district counsel, and with Colonel Nikasha.
Deborah Scott, director.
Tom Gray, director.
Karen Dean, vice president.
And Harry Farmer, president of the board. So, Mr. Clark, would you like to make any comment at this time before we move on to public comment?
Just the guidelines we'll be doing. This is our third time together with all the participants. I think that speaks volumes, but I'll address that later, but the format will be the same. My job basically is to keep it moving. Note to myself, I can't take sides. This is a workshop. I like to just have an atmosphere that's very conducive for participation. So make it a fun day, but very detailed and thorough. And that's all I would have at this time.
All right, Mr. Clark, thank you so much. So let's move on to a public comment on agenda items only, which obviously just refers to the strategic plan. We have one person here that wishes to make a comment, and then I'll check in with you, Haley, and see if there's anyone on Zoom that wishes to join us. So, sir, please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dennis Dujic, and thank you, President Farmer and board and staff. And congratulations and a big thank you again to the staff and this board for the success this past week in securing the County Planning Commission's approval of the coastal development permit for the full operation of the WRF. This board, general manager and staff have continued to take bold collaborative action to realize a more secure, resilient, sustainable future for Cambria. As shown by the Planning Commission's emotionally charged comments, this board now has the needed support, county support, to end the moratorium. It's time for the strategic plan to address all of the challenges and associated objectives, to clearly state the facts, and to include the step-by-step supporting activities needed to secure our long-term infrastructure requirements. In the plan under water services, please consider the following change. Change research long-term water supply and storage solutions to secure additional long-term supply and storage solutions. Set and include a target completion date with the associated steps and action items. The general manager and staff know what we need to do. Give the staff the plan to do it, please. With this same sense of urgency, the strategic plan must address flood and fire risk. The County Planning Commission, in their revisions to the WRF project description, demonstrated their strong support. We can be confident that we will have the county's continued support as we address the flood and fire hazard reduction, maintenance, and management of our East Range and Santa Rosa Creek watershed. We are all still acutely aware of our community's risk from fire and flood, along with our duty to preserve and protect our sensitive environment. This strategic plan needs strong, clear objectives, supporting actions and timelines to identify and remove the non-native and invasive eucalyptus trees and other invasives that choke the creek's flow and create that fuel along Highway 1. If we are not actively maintaining the infrastructure of this resource, we risk having to pay the highest price. As the landowner and responsible agency, CCSD is responsible for eliminating the woody debris and invasives that are contributing to the flooding and fire hazards on those portions of Santa Rosa Creek that are within the counties or the boundaries of the Scalini Ranch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ducek. Watson, do we have anyone online that wishes to speak?
We have 2 more here.
We do? Oh, I'm sorry. You're hidden behind the fire chief there, Ms. Armitage. Did you wish to speak?
Thank you.
Well, thank you for attending. And who else do we have?
I believe Mr. Tony Safford wanted to make public comment, but just that I'll see if I can catch him.
Ms. Almaday, I just want to make a comment that obviously there are some public comment that have been made that we've already received that do reference the skate park. If you wish to address this in any way, this is your only opportunity to do so.
All right, I'll take that.
Yeah, because this is public comment right now. After this, there's no more opportunity for the public to make a comment.
Understood. I can address from here unless you prefer both the staff.
You speak from wherever you wish.
Thank you. Good morning, Julie Amadei, State Cambria. And thank you for having me this morning. I, of course, read the public comments. I think what I'd like to do is be present today to watch where things are going in regards to open space and recreation. I stand alongside, behind Open Rec. And very concerned about some of those comments in the sense of how they've been framed in. I think part of them are not completely accurate in understanding fully what we've done in funding, because this project is fully funded. I realize we need to go out to RFP. But with that, I'm just gonna say that we read the comments. They are what they are. We've done our work. We continue to do our work. We want to get the skate park in particular. There's certainly other projects that also need to be discussed today. We also stand behind the need to make sure there's the opportunity to have further discussions in those spaces. But with the skate park and it being funded, we want to get this out to RFP. There was also an article that went into Calco's News yesterday. I had no knowledge of it. The link was sent to me. It would be important for you as board members to take a look at that article. It was submitted by a community member. Very concerned about where things sit on the project. Fairly accurate, you know how the media can be, they do their best. But do take a moment and Google Calco's News and take a look at that article. Again, it came out yesterday, I had no knowledge of it. It was shared with me by link. So again, thank you for your time. And I'm very interested to see everything that's being presented today. But obviously great interest in the area of open space and recreation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Almadine. And you, sir, if you would stand up and state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Tony Safford, Cambria resident. I'm the liaison lead for the fire department. I'm on the fire safe focus group. I participate on fire protection council and the Red Cross lead for its home inspection program. Every day we go out on the Piscalini Ranch and we love it. We walk our dog on a leash. We pick up dog poop. I like people who picks up other dog poop. We tell our other people to put their dog on the leash. I'm gonna leave Piscalini Ranch some money when I pass away. I do not want to pass away from a wildfire. And the resources in this town are limited. You all know that. I'm a volunteer for the Red Cross. I am the one volunteer that came here for the Red Cross. We have a trailer out here for sheltering. We have no shelter if we ever have to deploy that. We have limited resources in our fire station. We have limited staff on our fire station, and they're limited ability to retain the staff on the fire station. These are core essential functions that protect our community. We all want to have the benefits of Cambria. We live here in this beautiful environment. And yet it's the environment that threatens us. We can't mitigate it 100%. Ironically, the best mitigation is going to come after a disaster when we're all talking about mitigation. The time to try it is now, and we have limitations on defensible space. We can't pay everything, but we can make best efforts. But if we can't create a truly defensible space community, and I honestly don't think we can, we then have to have the resources to protect it. And I beg the commission to provide those resources. I appreciate all that that Matthew and staff has done. I think you all know my respect for Chief Berkey, and they can't have my greater support from all the hats I wear in this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See that Ms. Galloway has just arrived. Ms. Galloway, we're right at the end here of public comment on the one item on the agenda, and you arrived just in time. So this is your only opportunity to speak. So you have 3 minutes, and please introduce yourself and go. Thank you.
Okay, Christina Galloway, Cambria. Okay, so CCSD's inclusion of parks within its service powers does not alter the underlying fiscal principle. Authority does not equal obligation. Under LAFCO policy and statewide special district best practices, parks and open space are discretionary services, fundamentally different from essential life safety and regulatory services such as water, wastewater, and fire protection. The central question before the district is not whether additional parks or recreational amenities would be desirable, but whether the district's general fund, staffing capacity, and long-term financial stability can support ongoing planning, expansion, and maintenance without impairing core services. Fiscal responsibility requires distinguishing between what a district can do and what a district can sustain. Without a dedicated funding mechanism, expanding discretionary park planning and services is not a controlled choice. It's a reallocation of limited public resources away from essential functions the district is legally obligated to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another member of the public that has arrived. This is the last opportunity for public comment on today's agenda, which is the strategic plan. Did you wish to make a public comment, or are you just here to observe?
Yes. Me? Yes. Christine.
So if you wish to make a comment, please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
This is about the strategic plan.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Christine Ariana. And I've lived here for longer than a lot of people and not as long as some. I've noticed there's a lot of ideas. This is a strategic plan for the ranch, is that correct? Or
It's
for
a
the
strategic
whole-
plan for the district.
Works, yeah.
the whole district. I'm speaking about the ranch in specific. I've heard a lot of ideas that want to go into this piece of land, and a lot of ideas that want to put things on this land. This land is sacred to me. I've lived here for so long. And I remember going to so many of the meetings and to starting out Friends of the Ranch Land with Harry Farmer and many of us that were on that to save that property. Actually, it's not property, it's land. It's a special land, and it was crying out to us to save it from development. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of development on there, and it's difficult to see it move in that direction. I think I spoke to the land, and I prefer it within my heart, if we all listen to our hearts, that this land is asking for us to save it again, to keep it open space. It's sacred. It needs to be saved from all. Everybody has great ideas, but they want to put their ideas on the land, and the land should be speaking to us. Land should be speaking to us to save it from all these other little ideas that are great in themselves. They're wonderful ideas. They may not be good for that land. And the land should be saved for that purpose. The purpose is to honor the earth, honor where we all belong. We live, and we've come here to live in this special community, this special area. And this area is a beautiful place.
Could I just ask you to spell your last name?
Auriele.
Ooh, I did good.
Thank you for listening.
Ms. Oriella, thank you so much. So Ms. Dotson, is there anyone online that wishes to speak?
No.
All right, well, let's move on to item 3 and item 3A into regular business. This is a strategic plan workshop. And why don't I hand this off to General Manager Mack.
Thank you, President Farmer. Agenda item 3A, which is our strategic plan workshop. Board of Directors held a meeting on February 12, 2026 to solicit public input related to the strategic plan. All public input received by February 23rd has been compiled and is included in the attachment to the staff report. Today, the Board of Directors will hold that special day-long board meeting workshop to discuss further and develop the strategic plan. The community will be able to observe the workshop via Zoom as we are on now. Mr. Clark will be our facilitator for the workshop. Consistent with the board direction, the process will be as follows: provide input on how well the district is meeting the CCSD objectives outlined below. Provide input on supporting actions identified to advance the CCSD objectives outlined. Provide input on whether the CCSD is doing what it is committed to do as outlined in the district's objectives and supporting actions. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board or Mr. Clark.
Thank you, General Manager. Today, the objectives are, to really get into the objectives and the goals and expand upon them. We're at a very opportune time with the board and staff. We've got some records. We've had the same folks in this meeting for 3 years in a row. That means every staff person's been here, every director's been here. That's unheard of. So that's like 36 million years of experience. With our directors, with the 3 directors coming back, we have 30 years of experience. And what we'd like to do today is tap on all your knowledge. Let's update the community of where we are and where we'd like to go into the future. When we started, the guidelines were a narrow 3-year window. And the reason for the window is short is that normally when you bring in a new team, say we brought in Matt 3 years ago, he is stuck with those goals and problems when he comes in. So that first year, second year, we get to implement what the board would like to do in the district. The third year, where we are now, we see the results. We've had some outstanding results. And we expanded that window from 3 years to 5 years now. With the continuity in the board we have, we should reach further. I've always talked 5 and 10. We talked about getting the last directors meeting. We talked about getting a program for the district so they can keep track of the inventory. That will give us more accurate information and it will make better decisions down the road. Also, as we report back to the community, I want you to visualize this is election year. There's a possibility there could be 2 new people sitting here next year. So we need to send out and let those folks know, this is what we have. This is where we're going. We're not wandering around. We have a plan. Can you fit into this plan and assist us going forward? That's what is my goal today. So if you look at page 5, is basically the agenda that we'll be following. It's called the minors planning process. This was worked out by Directors Thomas and Dean back in 2023. We used it for the last 3 years. This is a minor review. We're not going to make any changes into the a couple of the items. And so we'll be following process. If you look at, there's green dot. So if you look at green dot number 1, assess the current state. That's pages 19 to 37. I want to like to move that down and call it 4B. I plan to start right off with the mission statement, vision statement, and the core values. They're all on one page, page 6. Let's just get them out of the way. Then we'll use Matthew's presentation for the district to give us where we are. And then it's going to go right into the core goals, strategic goals. So I'm going to combine 5, 6, and 7 together. We'll talk goals, objectives as we get there. I would also like you to think about some of the SWOT analysis as we do the objectives. Talk about the strengths, the weaknesses, particularly if it gets into manning or what's resources would be required to go further. It's something that we need, and we have to look at the outside threats. And then for the director's input, pages 16 to 18 and public input, 39 to 41. We'll just introduce those. They're all due with objectives. So you can look over your questions or participations and ask those questions as we do the goals. Does that make sense? And then that will then pass on to the community and maybe somebody that's sitting on the fence that would like to join the board actually of where we are. That's my goal.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Sounds great, and I gather what you mean is we'll review the goals, objectives, and supporting actions as we go
Yes.
through each of the
core areas.
That's correct.
In sequence,
Right,
work each core area to the ground,
Right.
then move to the next one.
right. I had trouble in the past bouncing around. I was limited as a senior citizen. I had trouble keeping up and saying, let's just put it all together. Makes sense to do it once.
Yeah,
Okay,
the logic is there, thank you.
all right. So if you want to go to page 6.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Tom,
Quick question, we didn't do formal SWOT analysis this time with.
Right, we didn't do it, but
But
I'm
we
gonna use your knowledge.
That's what I'm saying, we just, basically, it's more of an informal,
Right.
an informal analysis without the grid and all that we've been doing in the past.
What I want to do is tap your 30 years experience of what should we look for going forward? What have we learned in 30 years that we can use going forward? That's all I'm looking for. We don't need to do anything real difficult. You've been there.
That's good.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just want to comment on that, in terms of the strengths. The strengths have grown.
Right.
Accomplishments
Right.
have grown.
Right.
We're aware of those, and the general manager will be sharing that. The weaknesses and threats.
Right.
We've talked about those for several years.
Right.
You look at these 3 years in a row, the primary weaknesses and threats remain. Many of the weaknesses within the district are resolved. But, that's why I was comfortable not doing the SWOT.
Right now.
That doesn't change rapidly.
Right.
It makes a lot of sense to focus on some goals, objectives.
Right.
And supporting actions.
It just, if we get out 4 or 5 years, somebody would be nice to say, watch out for this, or that's all.
Yeah, as Mr. Stafford did, watch out
Yeah,
for.
right, we need to watch it. It's a problem. It's a problem today. It will be a problem in the future. So if you will go to page number 6. This was the strategic plan that was approved last year on March 13th. Our mission statement is the Cambria Community Service District provides water, wastewater, fire protection, and emergency services, parks, recreation, and open space for our community in a safe, cost-effective, and environmentally sensitive manner. We're not gonna make any changes, but any exceptions, thoughts on it? All right, vision statement. Our vision is to serve our community by delivering sustainable, cost-effective services while practicing environmental stewardship and preserving the unique charm and atmosphere that make Cambria special. Any exceptions? We'll go into the core values, of which there are 8. The first one, they're not in any particular order, but customer service, we provide services and support with a focus on the needs of our community. Second one is fiscal responsibility. We manage our finances prudently to meet the needs of the community and avoid undue economic burdens on current and future Cambrians. Preparedness. We commit to proactive planning and readiness to ensure resilience, collaboration, and protection of Cambria's people, homes, businesses, and natural beauty. Our fourth core value is respect. In all of our interactions with each other and with other members of the public, we act with civility, integrity, honesty, and patience. Under safety, we follow the highest level of safety policies, procedures, and regulations to protect our district personnel and facilities in the community. Stewardship. We strive to leave our infrastructure, community, and environment in better condition for future generations. Under teamwork, we recognize the qualities, abilities, and contributions of others and seek to work collaboratively across departments to carry out the district's mission and strategic plan. And last, transparency. We strive to conduct the business of the district in an open, honest, and direct manner while encouraging input and feedback for our community. We've discussed these, I think, for the last 4 years. We've refined them. I think they're very brief and concise and, yes.
I love looking at these and seeing parts of this director group in these values.
Yes.
I just think, these values are very specific to where we are and where we wanna go.
Right.
But it's amazing that our personalities are here
Right.
too.
As well as mine and the community. I think this is when we're looking for future directors and say, this is who we are. We're transparent. We're not hiding anything. You know, if you don't like to hear the truth, you probably don't want to attend some prayer meeting. It's okay. If you're sensitive, you got thin skin, you ought not be there. Because that's not who we are.
Yeah, this is the map, and this defines true north.
That's right.
True north, everything we're focused on, but the rest of it is how we get
Right.
where we want to get.
And today, we'd like to focus like we have before. Don't tell us what we think we want to hear. Tell us the truth. We can't fix it if we don't know what the problem is. And this group's been great that way. So at this time, I'll turn it over to the general manager to give us.
So, Mr. Clark?
Yes, yes.
Nothing sorry about. I just want to make one more comment, and it is in alphabetical order here at the end. And it's something that I brought up about 3 years ago, and it wasn't included in the list, even though we added another item or two since then. And that's regarding trust.
Yeah.
Especially the state of the way things are these days, being able to trust leadership is something that we all feel very doubtful about in so many ways. So I just want to mention with regard to trust that, we as a district, we strive to address the needs of the community under our purview and as responsible and trustworthy a fashion as possible. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily applicable. It could be included in everything that's been said there, but it's something that's meant a lot to me.
I agree with you. It's probably number one, but under transparency, we talk about honesty there. I'm not sure if we included it there. But we have the trust. That's the number one thing that we have, Harry, to me, is that we have a very trusting relationship between all of us.
Yeah, I've always viewed trust as in a large way as an outcome. And we think about things that to create and build trust. Almost every one of these core values is absolutely essential to create an environment where people do trust each other. So. Absolutely very important.
So was that something, President Farmer, you wanted to suggest adding to this list?
I've given it some thought, but I'll just, leave it up to other members of the board and staff. And seems like people are making pertinent comments that perhaps it's already included in one fashion or another with everything else that's been stated.
Yeah, I think the follow-up, Dr. Thomas was saying, it is something, trust is something the public trusting us.
Right.
Is something we earn through basically acting according to these values. Honesty or transparency are making us trustworthy.
Right.
The point is to make us trustworthy to the public. I think it's incorporated. I mean, that transparency, especially the open, the honest word.
Yes.
Is a kind of, I think, brings that around to the issue of trust, because if we're not honest, we're not seen as honest, and we're not trusted. But if we're honest and people know we're honest, we're trusted. So I think it's implied in what we have already.
Yeah, I remember last year we had an in-depth conversation about that, President Farmer, and I think what both Director Gray and Director Thomas are saying is kind of where we got to after a long discussion. But absolutely, trust is so important. It's part of what is happening in our everyday interactions with people out there. I find there are those who trust us and there are those who do. So.
Yes, and I think it's part of the problem that we've discussed before, is the stigma of past.
Yeah.
And we will maybe never get it. And I think I experienced the same thing with the nonprofits and stuff. They're saying that I go with the community council because I know 100% of the money stays here. I don't trust anybody else with my money, and we'll never change those folks like myself. Any other thoughts, comments? David from the staff?
Let me just say this. I appreciate the discussion and the feedback on this matter. So thank you all.
Okay, we'll now go to the general manager. So he'll be presenting, I was at, sorry, page 19. 19 and 37.
There we go. Right, thank you, Mr. Clark. I'm glad you touched on, sensitivity and, thick skin. If you don't want the truth, then you shouldn't come to these meetings.
Right.
What I'm gonna do is provide kind of my overview about where I think we are, as a district from a general manager perspective, and then the ad hoc group, and to include the board, asked for staff's feedback. And I had a conversation with Vice President Dean and Director Scott in regards to that staff input, because it was rather honest and blunt. There is some language in there that, might not align with, some of the community member input, or it might align. So
Well,
they,
and can I just say, we really appreciated how blunt it was.
Yes.
You said you might wanna soften it, but we said, no,
No.
we just wanna hear
We
Yeah.
wanted it to be brutally honest
Yes.
as much as possible so that we could address the issues that were of concern to your staff.
well, we did that. So.
You did.
So I'll go on with the presentation. So, next slide, please. Okay. In terms of our community context, Cambria is a coastal wildland urban interface community. We're fully groundwater dependent. We're reliant on electricity to move and treat that water, and we're limited to essentially one evacuation corridor. Our infrastructure is interconnected and interdependent and vulnerable. Next slide, please. As far as that vulnerability goes, what makes Cambria beautiful also makes us very fragile. Resilience here means ensuring essential systems function on our worst days, not just our best ones. Next slide, please. We look at statewide lessons. The Camp Fire and the Palisades Fire showed us what happens when evacuation routes and infrastructure fail at the same time. These failures compound quickly. Camp Fire, we lost 85 civilian lives. The Paradise Fire, we lost 12. And there's been a lot of comparisons to Cambria and how we are very similar to those areas. Next slide, please. Our local example, in March 2023, the district experienced severe flooding, which tested our roads and infrastructure. It's a different hazard, but it's the same lesson. When our core systems are stressed, consequences escalate. Next slide, please. So when we talk about cascading risks, for Cambria, the core systems are, again, water, wastewater, and fire protection. If our water pressure drops during a fire, suppression suffers. If we look at the Palisades Fire, they had about 3 million gallons of domestic storage. They had access to a reservoir, but not at that time. They didn't have access to that reservoir, so they lost 3 million gallons of domestic storage within about 2 hours. For our district, we have 1.75 million gallons of domestic storage. We are not connected to state water, and that's all we have. If wastewater fails during storms, public health risk rises. And again, with the limited evacuation routes, infrastructure stability becomes critical. These are cascading risks that we experience here in Cambria. Next slide, please. When we talk about infrastructure dependency, again, limited evacuation means high infrastructure dependency. Our resilience must prioritize essential systems first. Next slide, please. Our financial structure, we are a community service district. We have no city level revenue tools. We have a limited general fund. And our enterprise funds are legally restricted. We can't cross subsidize freely. Every major investment must be sequenced, rate justified, grant leveraged, or financed responsibly. Next slide, please. Again, our water and wastewater revenues are restricted by law. So discipline is not optional. It's structurally built within our processes. Next slide, please. So we must prioritize water reliability, wastewater integrity, fire suppression capability, and backup power and redundancies. When we talk about our only potential evacuation center here in Cambria, the Vets Hall, we don't have a backup generator there. So when we look at limited evacuation routes, we might be stuck here without being able to get out, and we don't have those types of redundancies in place. There is the school and things of that nature, but I don't know if the school has a backup generator. But these are obligations, not enhancements. Next slide. In terms of parks, recreation, and open space, parks and amenities matter. They matter to Cambria. But before expanding what makes Cambria beautiful, we must protect what keeps Cambria functioning. Next slide, please. Resilience means allocating limited resources where failure would be most consequential. That is water, wastewater, and fire protection. That foundation supports everything else. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. In terms of meeting objectives, this is the staff's input. We believe we are meeting established goals, but we experience delays and we're managing those as responsibly as we can. Our constraints are limited revenues, regulatory complexity, as you've seen with our recent planning commission meeting, which was successful, but that was a 3-year long battle for this staff. Before that, we can call it a decade, 12 years if you want. Staffing capacity, we run a lean fleet, so to speak. Our fire department is progressing on evacuation planning, mitigation, training, and equipment. We're working on community grassroots movements like the community liaisons, and which hasn't been done before in our community. Next slide, please. From management perspective, our long-term success for the fire department is competitive compensation, dealing with the competitive paramedic compensation. So the staff input was restoring the fire marshal and administrative support that was eliminated back in 2006. Operationally, we feel we're pretty strong. There is a comment regarding the skate park, and I'm going to try and clarify that. Specific comment was the skate park and park efforts have consumed significant amount of time and resources without clear financial feasibility. Some of that comes from that our utilities department, Mr. Green, Mr. Reaper, Mr. Johnson, have spent an incredible amount of time working on general fund projects in which they have significant amount of utilities projects that they're trying to move forward. From the WRF, Stewart Street tanks, the SST project, the affluent line. This has been a drain, and I'm not calling it a negative aspect of it, but it is what it is. It's a drain on utility staff and their ability to get utilities projects done. And we've had this conversation at a staff level, management level, that at some point we need to start looking at charging portions of their salary to the general fund because of how much general fund work they're doing. And again, we run a lean fleet, so that's where some of these comments are coming from. Again, the theme is core services must remain the priority. And again, some management staff recommend removing unfunded parks and recreation objectives and initiating LAFCO discussions regarding service authority. They're talking about divesting one of our principal powers, which is parks, rec, and open space. Now, from a GM perspective, that's obviously a touchy subject. But I think we're barely hanging on managing our parks, rec, and open space with the current funding we have. And so I think, from my perspective, we have to work on how are we going to fund this moving forward and what are our limitations. And that's the brutal honest truth from the staff work. Next slide, please. Supporting action, staff believes we should remove unfunded recreation goals, align our plan with fiscal reality, use regulatory compliance, risk reduction, and sustainability as our prioritization criteria, and ensure consistent board direction. Next slide, please. In terms of supporting action, we must require a defined scope, lifecycle costs, and staffing impacts before approving discretionary projects. We need to identify funding, strengthen our long-term financial planning and CIP updates, add engineering assessments for water and wastewater systems, again, support fire department staffing and compensation, and align our measurable outcomes with adopted priorities. Next slide, please. What are we delivering? Well, are we delivering? Yes, we believe we are delivering. Staff remains focused on core services. We have a strong performance in terms of capital delivery, compliance, and asset stewardship. And I will say that has increased over the last 3 years. I know that our current management staff picked up a lot of projects that were dead and dying and just not moving forward. So while the public may say we're not getting things done, I would say our new management team in 3 years has moved the ball further than it ever has. So I take a lot of pride in that. Non-essential or political distractions can impact our focus and morale from a staff level. And we are working, our district work aligns with the adopted strategic plan. And that's it. That's the presentation. So that's the hard and cold truth from a staff level. You know, we believe in what we're doing, we believe in the work that we're doing, but from a staff level, we recognize some of our financial constraints. And we're getting pulled from all directions, especially when it comes to facilities and the resource side and the Parks, Rec, and open space. We have the fiscal rand, which we're having a hard time maintaining. There's pulls from the community park to get that built. There's a ton from the skate park, you know, to get that complete, move it forward. And we're dealing with the regulatory complexities of the county and the things that they want. We're trying to manage general fund and get that RFP out. Staff is concerned about the RFP for the skate park, since, I mean, we wanted to be brutally honest. Staff believes that RFP is gonna come back, and it's going to be more than the money we have raised. And that's the honest truth. We talked about engineering estimates. I've spoken with the skate park manufacturers, and there's concern there. Now, the hope is we get those RFPs back and the skate park comes under what we have raised. But from a staff level, we're concerned there. Our general fund has dropped significantly once we purchased the engine with cash. So I really feel from a GM perspective that we're running, you know, kind of running on fumes until we start tightening up and becoming more efficient as a district. So that's our feedback. I'm open up to any questions or turn it over back to the board. Yes.
So, if the skate park, RFP, the proposals come back and it's more than money than, we have planned. Is there a way to, revise the plan for the skate park so that it's not so expensive?
We've talked about that. I forgot the exact term, but basically, design the park to save money, and there's nowhere to shave really. I mean, it's the skate park feature itself. When we just talk about the bowl, the rails, that piece, that's the least expensive piece of the whole project.
Oh, okay.
It's the retaining wall,
Right.
it's the curb and gutter, it's the parking lot, it's the drainage basin.
Which is required.
Which is required because of what the county wants in that 100-year floodplain. You know, add the restroom to it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's, you know, we just got the updated quote on that. It's about $225,000 for the restroom. That's not including installation. That's not including PG&E, you know, so there's pieces of it that, you know, are why it's so expensive. And it's pretty much because of the location. Yeah. But again, fingers crossed that if we can get these engineering calcs in, which I did get news that PRC has started them.
Oh, good.
Started working on them. I got that from Monty just the other day. So 2, 3, 4 weeks, hopefully we'll have those finished, and then we'll get those over to Mr. Carmel. We'll start getting that RFP ready to go out. But, yeah.
And, yeah, on that one, we will hear soon. You know, a meeting or two down the road. We'll hear what the bids are. At that point, we'll know. It will either be topping the course, or will, you know, the community will go into high gear. I don't see this as a if it's a dollar or a bunch of dollars over, it's dead. I see.
That's why I was hoping.
When we get there, we'll have that conversation, and yeah, it'll be all hands on deck.
I got a question. You raised the topic of the the allocation of staff time in utilities to skate park, or, you know, especially the skate park, or anything else in general fund. And it's, as you suggested, that it's it's been so substantial that we might have to shift some of the costs, staff costs to the general fund. I guess the question raises the question, what have we been doing up to this point? Is it legal? Because if you have staff paid out of enterprise fund revenues, that's working on a general fund project, isn't that an allocation, in effect, an allocation of enterprise funds to the general fund, which is generally not allowed? I mean, maybe
Is that?
Mr. Hirsch could talk about that too, because if we're actually doing that, it's not, it's not a problematic thing.
That could be concerning, and
Yeah.
Denise, I know, could speak to the kind of cost allocation methods the district uses as it relates to legitimizing any kind of general fund transfers, things like that. It's a difficult issue, and certainly that's concerning.
So, I mean, we haven't charged the general fund yet, in terms of utilities work, but it's been talked about for a while about how much they are working on non-utilities projects. And that's because of the strength that we have in utilities. They're the staff, when I talk about running a lean fleet, those are the staff that are the most familiar with the permitting processes, because they do so many projects. So when it comes to working with district engineers and submitting projects to the county, there are professionals, but so yeah.
So the upshot, I guess, is following up from Mr. Hirsch, if we did everything according to oil here, the general fund would have an additional expense coming out of this. So, some side, I don't know exactly, but something to consider.
Yeah. And then when we talk about the skate park in general, if it was to move forward and we look at the grant funding, that's a nightmare. That will have some utilities work in there in terms of staff time, because we're constantly submitting for reimbursements and things of that nature, and working with the project manager, whoever that might be on the skate park, and having to submit those details to get the money back that we're spending. Because again, the project, when it moves forward, is essentially paid out of the general fund, and then we submit for reimbursements. And in order to get those reimbursements, we've got to stay on top of it, which is a lot of staff.
After any of the director's comments, are we gonna hear from the staff
In regards,
to their input?
I think you can, yeah. I mean,
That would be important.
it was acquired anonymously, so I'll let them decide on what they
Yeah.
feel like sharing.
Okay.
And we may hear some of it through the objectives is the input
Okay.
that I imagine.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just want to ask, I just want to make sure that I have everything in order with regard to what we're going to be covering, with regard to objectives. Are we going to be looking at each of the core areas to get an update on how every
Yes.
project is progressing?
We're gonna spend the rest of the day going through each of the goals and all the objectives. What I've tried to do is give 85 to 90% of today to talk about these 8 pages of where we are, where we're gonna go in the future. Basically, I just want to get your 30 years of experience.
At some point also, I'd like to go back to some of the presentation that Mr. McElhaney provided us, the fine presentation, just to make a couple of comments there.
Oh, sure.
Well, this would probably be a good time to do this.
Yeah.
Yes, let's do it now. Anything that deals with his presentation, we'll address now.
Okay, well then let's go to page 31. Zoom back to page 30. I can see where everybody else is gonna get there a lot faster than myself, so
31's a picture.
yeah, I know what it is. Thank you. So let me, so this photo here. By the way, the last photo in this presentation was Mr. McElhaney speaking before the planning commission last week. I just want to make a comment that Matt did a great job. I think anybody who was there saw that. So I just want to acknowledge that before I make my statement here. So this particular photo says that this is what resilience looks like for Cambria. Realistic, disciplined, and focused on safeguarding the systems that allow this community to endure. Well, this particular photo, if I'm not mistaken, is of the WRF. From what I can understand, resilience is how do you bounce back from difficult circumstances and actually wind up being better off in the long run, or at least bouncing back. Well, our community continues every year to have to bounce back from the tremendous amount of money that gets spent on this facility that hasn't operated. If we move on to page 33. Where it says, item number 3. Skate park and community park efforts have consumed significant time and resources without financial feasibility. Remove skate park and community park and insert the WRF has consumed significant time and resources without financial feasibility. I just want to point this out. The reality of this facility, which after all these years, at least has a permit application approved, still continues to take the financial resources of this district, the ratepayers' money, and put it into something that has not been used. So one could easily say that it's provided us nothing, but we get a bill for it every year. I know this doesn't change anything, but I wanted to let you know what my reality is. Thank you.
You want to comment? Or is it just the same?
Anybody can comment on what I just said.
Can't anybody, because I'd like to comment.
No,
Everybody isn't.
Public comment is over. Comments over here.
You're legally required.
stay
to
disciplined on
like they water people.
Are we gonna make order, maintain order?
Yeah, okay, I'll go.
We want to stick Dick Clark in there.
So to that point, I understand this is a part of, our water portfolio that the district, through the strategic plan, wanted us to move forward. I totally understand it. I understand there's been a lot of, money spent on this facility and it hasn't run. But that was, my understanding is the reason we're moving that permit forward is so we can operate the WRF. And there's other scenarios in which we could operate that WRF that is beneficial to the district and to that environment that's out there. So I understand the frustration, with that. And as far as the skate park goes and how those two are connected in terms of money being spent, I understand the frustration on both sides, the frustration from the WRF piece, but I do look at that as a core essential service to the district in which we've invested into our water portfolio. And then I look at the skate park as a public-private partnership, trying to drive that forward in a revenue-strained district and where some of our core services like fire protection aren't adequate in terms of our apparatus replacement program, which required millions and millions of dollars in upkeep. So it's a fine balance, and I understand that piece and that frustration. But again, the district asks staff for their honest feedback, and so that's all I can explain in terms of the nexus between those two projects.
I think that
Can I say something?
Yes.
Really quick? Okay, so I just want to speak to this really quickly from a newer staff's perspective and how I feel like we work as a management team on some of these projects. And although I can understand both things, both sides, it's not the same. The WRF is funded per the board by fees. So there is a funding structure to support it, whether it's operated or not. There is a funding structure for that facility. And I think everyone who's working now on the management team and at the district wasn't here when the WRF was approved. And so I think we spend a lot of time as a management team looking solution focused. How do we fix the portfolio that we've been given and the problems that we have inherited through different things? And so when I hear, yes, it hasn't run and all of these things, what is the solution? like to keep asking about what, you know, we're wasting money on it, it hasn't run, what is the solution? And I think for us, it's through the strategic plan and through direction from the board, the solution is getting a permit, and that is what we're doing. So if there's a different solution to the problem of the WRF, then what is that solution? And so I just want to say that that's what I think through the leadership of general manager is that we're diligently working towards the permitting process as well as Jim Green. So just from our perspective, we are trying to move forward. And so if there's different solutions out there to the issue of the WRF, then, you know, I think it would be beneficial to look at the solution focus, not just the problem of it.
Let me just make this comment. I'm expressing not just the frustration that I feel, but that so many members of this community feel with regard to the facility. I realize that just because I made my statement, removing skate park and community park and inserting the WRF as consuming significant time and financial resources, that doesn't mean it's going to change. I'm just making a statement as to how so many people feel, including myself.
And I think Harry's statement is, we wish we had strategic planning 12 or 14 years ago. We probably wouldn't be in this situation. I think we can look at the past to learn from. We can't dwell on the mistakes we made, but we said, listen, we made a mistake. What can we do to correct it? And that's what we're doing here today. It's like a card game. These are the cards we got. We can't change the game. We can't change the cards. So how do we move forward with the best we do? But I also share Harry's frustration. Over the 26 years, had we had the strategic plan, and well, we would probably be in a better place as a district.
Can I say,
You should.
can I say a few things?
Yes.
Okay, so I've been attending board meetings since 2012. And none of us were on the board, none of the staff were here in 2014 when this project was presented through a Prop 218 and did not have enough protests. In the past, the board did address setting goals, but they would just sit there and laugh and say, oh, well, this sounds good, or this is good. They didn't have a real strategic plan. The one thing we do have to thank our former general manager was bringing forward a consultant to get us going on a strategic plan, which we eventually took over as a board without that particular consultant. But I think our biggest step forward on this WRF and other things that we're doing was the hiring of General Manager McElhaney and his staff that he has put in place that are so professional and thorough and are doing such a good job. And one of the first things we asked of General Manager McElhaney when we hired him was, please mend the relationship that this district has with these regulatory authorities so we can move forward and get this CDP done. And General Manager McElhaney and his staff have done just that. It's taken 3 years to mend those fences and to get everything together to get this CDP forward. And yes, we got success last Thursday with the Planning Commission, but we know it's going to appeal. We still can't run it the way we want it because it has to go before the Board of Supervisors and it's going to go before the Coastal Commission, and we will be subject to whatever the Coastal Commission says we can or cannot do with it. But we've made a major step forward, and we have the current general manager and the current staff and the support and the direction of this board and many members of the community towards getting this done. I feel like we've made a lot of progress in the last 3 years, not just on this, but on a lot of these other objectives that we're working on. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody in this room.
Yes.
And well put,
Amen.
well said.
Anybody else like to make comment or?
Yeah, may I add to that? And the WRF is one of the, if there's 3 gorillas or 3 elephants in the room, the WRF is one of those. Big picture, our strategic choices. As is, we have the emergency permit, limp along for the rest of our lives with, that's all we have. Abandon and sell it off for parts. Just say, okay, we're gonna cut our losses and sell it for what we can. Or we go full bore with the strategy that this board has directed the general manager for the last several years. I recall early conversations with Ms. Dodson describing what happened in the inbox of things for the years she's been watching, and the rate of progress essentially nil. And if you were to graph this, the rate of progress went to just engine running full bore. Okay, board, this is what you want us to do, and I concur. It was with the hiring of General Manager Matthew McConaughey and and the engagement of the entire staff that we're going after this. And the reason to me that we have the right strategy of those three choices for the WRF is, darn it, none of us would have maybe put it there, but it's there now. It's there now. Yeah, we're still paying for it, but there it is. The bloody thing works. All right. Water comes in, it purifies it, it goes out into the groundwater, and it enhances the water supply. Bloody thing works.
Keeps the salt level.
And yeah, and by the way, Cambria and police waters. So yeah, it's a no-brainer. We have the thing. We've got to get it permitted. Now, not necessarily at any cost, but at some point we've got a fish or got bait, and this effort, it looks like we're on a success track. So yeah, I don't want to say anything that discourages the staff's heroic efforts to get us where we got. So yeah, kudos for that. And President Farmer, I appreciate the perspective of the community and the history, but we have this thing. Let's make it work. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Collins, and you know, this may be bold. But it's gonna get permitted.
Yeah.
We're gonna get the CDP. So, you know, I've had conversations with you know, some supervisors at the county level. This is just gonna go to them, and whatever appeal is made is gonna get denied, and we're gonna be at the coastal commission, I don't know, within a year, you know. And I believe the coastal commission is gonna permit it. We're gonna have to work on what they condition us to. But this district will have a fully permitted WRF, and our hope is that we can get it permitted in a way that we can use it, not, you know, have the commission condition us to where we are already. But yeah, we're proud of where we are, and it's dawning on me that this is going to be permanent. And to say that 3 years ago or even 5 years ago, everybody in this room probably would have rolled their eyes. But staff has worked really hard, and I appreciate the comments, and I'm just telling you, we're gonna deliver. That's gonna be permanent.
I do have, just to tap onto that, it was very obvious, I watched the whole on Zoom. It was very obvious that you have done a lot to really improve our relationship with planning commission, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
They smiled and I like.
I do want to hear.
Yeah, excuse me, this is obviously a much more informal gathering here than a regular meeting.
Yes.
So I just want to make a comment, in case anybody remembers what Vice President Dean just said about 5 to 10 minutes ago. I totally concur with what she said. I think the district overall, staff, the general manager, doing an excellent job at addressing all of the projects, all of the problems that we are dealing with. I just wanted to bring up this specific issue. I want to clarify that, okay?
Go ahead.
Is this still time? I want to slightly shift the conversation, because this is still time to talk about the staff
Yes.
comments?
Yes.
Good, good. I think if we've had a huge success story this past year, it's been with WRF, there's no doubt about it. I mean, and our relationship specifically with the Coastal Commission is so much more constructive, productive and friendly, essentially, with the staff. And for a number of reasons, mainly because of Mr. McElhaney and Jim Green, you're working with it. I mean, I think the Coastal Commission has changed too, which is important to note. I want to just focus on one other thing, which might be the more, I say the more difficult or meaty issue today is the statements made, many statements, actually, theme going through the whole thing that we have to really consider whether we want to commit to, or at least treat the functions that are outside the big three, water, wastewater, and fire, as obligatory, and whether we want to have a parks and recreation function at all, essentially. And I think we mentioned, Mr. McElhaney mentioned the public-private partnership concept. I think one thing we're going to be dealing with today is defining if we're going to have any sort of recreation or any development of recreation facilities, we're going to have to be very clear what a public-private partnership means. And it means no money spent by CCSD. We provide the real estate essentially, which Sally County kind of operates to an extent. We're going to get to that but I think the staff, there's one theme that the staff comments, bring through loud and clear is that we can't keep going, making sort of commitments of small amounts of money here and there, commitments of maintenance here and there, and having it build up and eat up the essential funding for fire protection in particular. So I just see that theme. It's my general comment on the staff comments, and I think we'll be dealing with it later today.
Very good. Absolutely right. Those are the other two elements.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
No, yeah, thank you, Director. Yeah, it's hard, just bottom line, it's hard. We're running on a razor thin budget and there's wants and needs from the community level and even from a board level in terms of moving some of these park projects forward. But I look at my facilities and resources manager over there who looks really tired as we speak. He just can't be everything all at once, and his staff can't be everything all at once. And we just had our ad hoc meeting with Friends of the Fiscally Ranch. And there was good conversations there, but obviously, there's things that are going to be changing with how the ranch is managed moving forward. And it's mostly fiscal. We have fiscal issues just maintaining what we already have. And staff sees it, and I don't know how Mr. Geary does it, but he's taken a department that was, in a deficit structurally for years. And through his labor and personal efforts and his time that I can't get him to take time off, here on the weekends, here on Fridays, here on his standard days off, the work he did at the vets hall. I mean, it's that type of effort just to keep us afloat. And it shouldn't be that way. I shouldn't have to have David doing the things he's doing in terms of working days off, staying late. I mean, I know we're exempt employees and we're salaried, but he should be able to go home to his wife and not be here till 7 o'clock at night because of the pressures that he feels to get projects done, despite me telling him to go home. But I mean, that's how hard and fast we're moving and pushing with existing staffing, limited resources, and we're barely nostrils above the water. And so that's where the staff input comes from, is that we're bleeding. It's just a slower bleed, and before it was a big bleed and no one noticed it, until we came in and started looking at things and identified that we're bleeding. LAFCO said we're bleeding, and we're trying to stop the bleed, but we still got a little leak, and we have to figure out a way to move forward. So that's my long-winded,
Thank you.
Any other comments? Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break so we can reset? When we come back, we'll get into the core areas and then that'll be the rest of the day. Okay, good.
Are we gonna talk about, public comments from the public?
You can't, usually we work them in, most of them go into the objectives.
Oh, okay. that's
We'll
fine.
work them into the objectives, so I think when you look at them, they overlap.
Yeah,
And I think when we look at the solution of what we discussed, it will cover all the,
that's.
I didn't see any yet, they're all the same. And
Yeah.
that's what happened last year, that once you went through the 10 pages we had, there was pretty much overlap. Different
Yeah.
perspectives though,
Yeah,
but I think we'll get into the whys.
okay.
Okay. All right, the rest of the day, we're gonna turn over to, the general manager and his staff to go take us through the 4 areas. And did you wanna start with water? On page 8.
Okay, so I do have, Mr. Green online, but I'll go ahead and start. Complete the Stewart Street tank construction project. We still have that scheduled for third quarter. The only update we have there is we're just about, finished with that first tank. We had the R&I meeting where, there was a tour given and we got a really nice walkthrough, and Mr. Green did a phenomenal job explaining everything that's been done and the progress that we have. We're looking at getting that, filled, disinfected, all the things that need to be done for it to actually, deliver water to the community. And we hope to have that commissioned within the next 2 weeks. Once that happens, we'll immediately, shift to the second tank. And we're looking at August for both tanks to be online. And so that's pretty important for us in terms of timing for our fire season. The rest of the county and California can be in the fire season in the June, July, August range, and that's still fire season for us to a certain extent, but again, we have a different microclimate. So the timing of that is really important, for fire flow. We're still vulnerable. I've talked with the fire chief about connecting with, surrounding departments in terms of water tenders. We may talk about, additional staffing for our water tender while that tank is down, depending on the days, the relative humidity, things that might put us in some stressor areas. Because it is a little unnerving to have half of your Stewart Street tanks inoperable during fire season, although it may not be peak fire season. Any questions about Stewart Street tank?
Yeah, were there ever any, supporting actions under the objective of complete the Stewart Street tank construction?
I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
And do we need to have any supporting actions?
Honestly, I don't think so, considering the progress that we've made. I'm happy to entertain them, but
I don't see it either, because
you know, we're almost there. We're 3 months out.
Great.
Any other questions?
They're beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, I gotta thank Jim Green and Mr. Reaper, because again, that project had stalled out. And then literally from the moment, Jim stepped on the ground, he started driving that forward, and we're starting to see the fruits of his labor, so.
That's mine, the top tips.
Yes, absolutely.
And if I could say, the project managers that you guys have overseen that project have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Kim
Mhm.
is very friendly to anybody who comes by and explains everything that's going on. So that was a good choice hiring him.
Yeah, and that gave Jim and Tristan some breathing room, because you can imagine if he had to be on site every single day, that would have been.
Well, I sort of found Michael Nunley, he's been involved with the district for a long time. Who said, and the couple of times I've met him in person, he's just a really nice person, as well as being tremendously competent and professional.
Absolutely. Okay, permanent replacement of the Sansinian water line and affluent line. Well, we're putting third quarter 2027 on here. The problem is we don't have funding. It is going to be an incredibly expensive project. Early estimates, I think I'll never forget, actually would be the right term, is when Director Scott was asking our former utilities manager if we could get an estimate. He just refused at a meeting. And at the time I was laughing, but now I guess I kind of understand why. Because that project and working with state parks got very complicated in terms of the alignments they wanted us to take and basically were directing us to take. Because there was a cheaper option in terms of running it in the same alignment that we were already in, but they wanted it out of their sensitive resource area, which means we're gonna be going up Highway 1, and I'll turn it over to Tristan if I miss anything. But that doubled the price. So, you know, that's gonna be a $5 million, could be $6 million project. And we don't have the money for that, even close. So, go ahead.
Grants, any federal, we've been talking, I mean, we talked to Jimmy Panetta about it way back, but, what's the outlook there?
We are submitting that, March, did we ever submit it?
No.
March 4th. March 11th, yeah.
Yeah.
So we submitted, for community project funding grants, similar to what we acquired with the fire engine.
Yeah.
We are doing that for the affluent line, and I believe we were able to submit 2 projects to be funded. And I believe it was lift station B4 and the affluent line.
Yeah.
And we requested millions.
This, I would think this would have a fire protection, aspect to it that would make it very good for some other grants. Grants, whatever is related to fire protection might be a good source too. I don't know if there's anything you consider.
I haven't seen anything come across our desk yet, but we're always looking. But those 2 grants have been submitted.
Okay.
So yeah, we're hoping to see if we can get some funding in that area. On the next phase of that piece of it is wrapping up our rate study. We are very close to completing. And in order to move some of these infrastructure projects forward without grant funding, you know, probably looking at a Prop 218 in the near future. And we'll be bringing that before the board at some point.
Is that a Prop 218 for water?
Water and wastewater rates, yes. So tentatively, we've got 3rd quarter 2027, but that's really funding dependent. Any other?
3rd quarter 2027 or?
So given that set of challenges, how likely is that?
Well, our hope is that we will bring forward the Prop 218 within the next 3 to 4 months. Bring that before the board after we have council look at it. I think if we were able to show that we can handle debt service on a project like this, 3rd quarter 2027 is possible. I mean, Tristan, what do you?
I mean, from the permitting standpoint, we could get 3rd quarter, you know, by the end of 2027, we'll probably build it in the fall, 2027. But.
So permitting by 3rd quarter.
Yeah, we haven't permitted and constructed. I don't know, but I'm not still familiar with the funding timeline, so I can't speak to that.
So, I mean, we could extend that date out if we want to be a little more, cautious.
I'm just wanting to know, and then the funding plan, it says we're gonna have that nailed down next month. So
We probably could shift that funding piece probably into 3rd or 4th quarter.
Well, you have target completion.
that requires the rate study
Mhm.
and approval and then initiating that process,
Yeah. So why don't we just say 4th quarter 2026
For the funding plan?
for the funding plan? And then Tristan, you were saying the permitting by 1st quarter, or excuse me, 3rd quarter 2027. So should we talk about construction completion? And I mean, should that be pushed out to 2028?
I think it's, probably working with state parks and working with Caltrans, we have 2 unknowns. The coastal commission is gonna be, this is an easy sell, it's just a pipeline. But those 2 agencies can be a little tricky to work with. I mean, it gives us a whole, I think we could do it in a whole year. I mean, actually speaking of timely things, we just got the Cannon's most recent exhibit for the right of entry for do the potholing and finish up the geotechnical work for the state park, so we should be able to get that started real soon, so. So we hope to get that done, but permitting done within a year.
And your feeling is that once we have the funding laid out, first quarter, basically a year from now, be able to get an RFP out? Or is that, did I heard or no?
I think in order to get the RFP out, we would have to have the funding in hand.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
A
and that
long way,
fourth quarter, and then, because we'll have some funding plan, and then depends on when we have, I guess November, but you want to have in the general election. The Prop 218, right?
No.
For the timing, or is that?
It's not, they're separate processes.
I think we, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Of course.
I think we can do the Prop 218 when the district is ready in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're trying to move that forward here in the next few months.
So we're moving the completion or engineering RFP to Q1. Yeah, so I just know what that, it's not, you have it first quarter 2027 now, would it be?
So I think we're on target for first quarter 2027 for the RFP.
Yeah.
Pending Prop 218 and funding and financing and bonding, whatever we end up needing to do for that. Hopefully some grants can offset that. I think maybe we should change the completion target date for the project itself in terms of construction.
Q1 2028.
2028.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I think it's good.
I'm just, the only thing I could think of is that we may be limited based on this location to certain times of year where we're allowed to even build at all. And I think it's gonna be like, for windows, probably August to October for actually constructing.
Of 2028 then?
Of any year, so that would be then 2028, and that's what we hope to get it done 2027 and shave a year off that, but.
Yeah, I think you should probably move it to 2028 then.
Yeah.
Third quarter.
Yeah.
Cause I don't know if we'll be able to get the Prop 218 is an unknown. Then once you get that passed, then we would have to look at the financing piece of it and who would go through the financing piece, run that through the board, all those types of things.
There's I have a general impression of target dates that there's always a tendency, there's always a temptation to be a little bit overpromising about time. And the more conservative we can be now, the better it looks going forward, that we're not, missing target dates, because a lot of things, a lot of the old target dates were not met in this, especially before this revision. It's just kind of the nature of planning that you always want to tell people what they want to hear a little bit. We've got to be careful not to do that. I think be as conservative as we can on this stuff.
My previous career taught me to put the date expected out a little farther so that when you get it done early,
Right.
people are happy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I think that's why we're trying to do is get into that longer span, and we can do the computers, you can lay out the parallel projects together and just see where the funding is coming from, the resources.
Was that our strategy for the WRF for about 10, 15 months?
No.
That's sarcasm, it's always good.
Well, if I could just make a comment, when this alarming situation took place and we were looking forward as to how much is it going to cost to have the new water line and effluent line. And the estimate at that time was about 2.5 to 3 million. And now we're talking 5 to 6 million. It's just a very short period of time. And considering, I could be wrong, if I went through this entire list, water and wastewater and so forth, that this might not be the most important item that we have, because we're very fortunate that this temporary line is doing great. However, this appears to me to be since we do provide water, I think we're done. That this is the most important item in the entire strategic plan. And the fact that the cost has risen this much, it's really, I don't want to say discouraging, but it's reality.
Well, I think to begin with, we were talking about just doing it through the wetland the way
Right.
Is now, and with state parks not wanting it to stay there, then it became looking at putting it along the side of the highway, which gets Caltrans and other entities involved, and I think that is what raised the cost.
And that's that's typical of a significant engineering project. The more you get into the details of it, the more the cost goes up. It's not inflation, it's just more complications. Complications happen. So.
Thank you, Vice President Dean, for that reality check.
Okay, so I had Mrs. Dodson change completion date to third quarter 2028. Is that
I think so.
good enough?
I just want to talk through my concerns about the logic. So. I guess the funding plan should probably move up to the first of this actions, it sounds like, but the funding plan, you're thinking you'll have that completed, have Prop 218, fourth quarter of 26, of this year. Is that what you're saying with, the funding plan?
It is, but I think we can get the Prop 218 brought before the board. Probably second quarter.
Yeah, you can do it. So then,
Might make sense to switch the two.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that,
Flip the two, supporting activities.
yeah.
and then
Make them chronological.
And then I'm hearing you may, if that's the case, then you would likely be ready to put the RFP out first quarter of next year. If that happens, is this going to be a multi-year construction project, or is this, I would see this as any contractor can come out there, if they bid on this first quarter of next year, then, they're gonna have a schedule of construction schedule, and they're gonna be done that fall of that year. So it doesn't really have, the logic to me doesn't hold to say we're gonna RFP first quarter of 27, and then a year and a half later complete construction. That just doesn't make sense.
We'd have to
Don't get
update,
permits.
right, we'd have to update the RFP to first quarter 28. Or
Then-
RFP and 6 months
Yeah,
later.
because that's where you're gonna, yeah, by the time you're at that point where you can RFP, then that part's behind you. So, but I would support that if that's what you.
We're gonna move, develop a funding plan above the engineering RFP for construction of the water line and effluent line. That will come down. We'll change that to, did I hear correctly, first quarter 2028 for going out to RFP. Yeah. We'll keep.
Then the logical holds.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And that's gives you the time you need on that stage.
Yes. Made those changes, unless there's anything else, we'll go on to the research long-term water supply and storage solutions. From a district perspective, we changed that wording or just put ongoing. Because it's just gonna be an ongoing issue for us trying to research, water supply and long-term solutions. We're doing some research and funding and, after, if you listen to the planning commission meeting, there's discussions with county and San Simeon. And how that might, help in that. Update the water master plan. Mr. Green is working on that and we made adjustments second quarter 2027 for that. And we'll be submitting proposals from qualified firms.
I have a question. You said in your presentation, something about connection to state water. What does that mean?
So there's state water allocations like, Lake Nacimiento, Arroyo Grande, you have, Lake Lopez. And then you have, Whale Rock, and those are basically where, different communities and districts are actually connected to state water, which is a more reliable source other than, us, we're dependent on two groundwater basins.
So, our utilities manager and Mr. Reaper have been attending the RAC, the Water Resource Advisory Council meetings because of these opportunities, and they have been discussed quite a bit. I've been watching all of the meetings and reporting when there's something related to Cambria, but they have been looking at the regional desalination plan and the state water allocations and things like that. So this research has been ongoing. Our staff is doing exactly what this item says to do. Research other options for water and long-term water supply.
Could we put something in, comments that says that? Because I think that's really important for, us to be reminded that that's happened.
So, under research and funding or ongoing, staff has been attending, RAC meetings,
Yeah.
WRAC.
Yeah, you could just say regional water meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
You don't want to get too specific, do you, about the actual proposal for?
No,
yeah.
no,
Some of them
but
are-
that it's actually happening, because when you put ongoing, then people tend to go, oh, well.
Oh, no, they have been actively attending
yeah.
those meetings and looking at all of those options. And then is there a possibility with their discussions with San Simeon? Is there any possibility, both with help with these lines that we need to put in, but also with water supply? If we take their wastewater and treat it and all of that?
Yeah, so.
I mean, I was gonna suggest, I was gonna talk about that.
The reality,
The other items, other objectives tie in to this one.
Right.
yeah, so, you know, one of the opportunities, and I've spoken with district council and Mr. Hurst, this is his specialty too, when we talk about, new water sources. It's our belief that if we were able to come into an agreement with the counties and Simeon, however that works out, they're doing a feasibility study on it. That if they did plumb into our wastewater plant, that's about 80 acre feet of water that comes from a different aquifer, which would be Pico Creek. Treated at our wastewater plant and then re-injected into our aquifer, which would be a new source of water.
Yeah.
And 80 acre feet is substantial, when it comes to answering the question of whether or not we've found an additional water source.
Yeah.
Which has other implications, I'll just say.
Right.
So in doing that, we would have to have tertiary treatment in order to re-inject it.
I don't believe so.
Well, not
Okay,
really.
'cause you're talking
You're
about-
talking about putting in the perk ponds.
Correct,
So
sorry.
it just becomes, it's mixed in with the rest of our water that goes into the perk ponds. Then the tertiary treatment is the WRF.
Right,
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
it's already there, actually.
But we would have to also, would we have to also update our allocation with what, vision of drinking water?
I don't think we would have to update our allocation, because it's.
I mean, would we still be $7.99 or would we be able to increase the amount? Because we have additional water going into the aquifer.
Have we ever come close to that?
Well, it used to, but that's not in recent times, but yeah. Like 25 years ago.
We also need to remember that.
Ask, the outside attorneys that we've consulted with in the past who are more familiar with that aspect of it, as opposed to.
Yeah, there's definitely some legal answers, you know, when it comes to, I mean, the elephant in the room. If that new water source would be able, for us to lift the water moratorium, we'd have
So
to.
Nick Jacobs,
Right.
so,
You like being called the elephant in the room?
I love it.
Yeah.
We also have to remember that $7.99 includes the 185 acre feet we are encumbered to provide to Clyde Warren.
Now, the water master plan, of course, this all ties into the water master plan too. This would all be in there. This is all about sources and it's all, the current plan is definitely something we should be doing because the current plan is totally out of date.
Yeah.
But all this stuff is gonna be included in these discussions of additional water sources and things. So I don't know how much we have to say here. How specific we have to get, except to say that when Director Scott was saying, staff activities into potential water sources and research and the ongoing, whatever our, the RAC and all that. And on the water master plan, I don't know how much you want to say too, but a water master plan does cover all that stuff. It will, yeah.
And we can include additional things in the water master plan, groundwater source water assessments, we can include other stuff. You know, how much available we have for conservation still, we can include other stuff in the water master plan update that would help us out. And then also, the collaboration that the CSD staff is having with county staff around San Simeon. There's other talks that we could be having with them in terms of just like overall collaboration and help solve one or several problems at once.
Yeah.
I'll just say that.
I do think we need to put something in the comments other than ongoing that does say
Yes,
what staff is doing.
yes.
So if we go on the next page, we have two supporting actions and like the water master plan isn't referenced. And it sounds like we should reference as a supporting action.
It is,
It
it's
is.
here,
It's there's on the bottom of page 1
yeah,
or page 8,
or page 8,
page 8 of the agenda.
Maybe page 1 of 8.
yeah.
Page 1 of the
Oh,
the chart. Of the
yeah.
table, of the
Page
table.
of the water.
Yeah, the last item in red.
And I don't know if the, yeah.
Tristan, if I can just ask you, since it came up very briefly, with regard to state water, in no way, shape or form would we even consider state water.
No.
Why not?
It would have to be piped.
It would have to be piped here through a very long pipeline. And so I think it was so in the 2013.
Oh, there's an ad.
This 2013 U.S. Army Corps study conducted by CDM Smith. They looked at that and it was obviously, that study is very important in terms of like what kind of options we have available to us. And so, in that sense, we would continue to evaluate that as a possibility, only if to eliminate it or as something to compare it against
Right.
for other, maybe more feasible options.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I'm bringing it up is because obviously state water depends on, let's say, snowpack. And if you sign up with state water, you have an agreement with them, so you pay them a bill every year. But that doesn't mean necessarily, therefore, they'll be able to deliver the water.
Right.
That depends more on Mother Nature. So you will get a bill whether you get water or not. That's why I don't think it's necessarily, it would probably be, the least desirable way of approaching our water needs.
And let me just make a quick clarification. I think we might have lumped several sources of water into state water in this discussion. Nacimiento is not a state water project. It is its own separate thing. I believe it was the Monterey County Flood Control District that built that dam back in, I want to say the 40s or the 50s. But that being said, then you still have the allocation issue no matter what source you're drawing from, if it's outside of the area. But absolutely, yeah, you want to be careful what we sign up for because that might come with hidden costs.
And the cost of conveying it too is usually the deal breaker. As President Farmer was saying, when you look at cost of putting a pipeline in, even the railroad, which is local water basically, that's a very expensive proposition compared to anything else we're doing. Potentially, I think that what you learn, what you'll conclude is that the source has to be something local in some way.
Yeah, because
Use and reuse of local water,
Back then,
including San Simeon possibly. That's
I
it.
think back then, the cost of a pipeline to run from railroad, wasn't it about $1 million a mile? And now it's a lot higher than that.
I remember from the report, it was 34 million. Keep in mind that report was from 2013 and that was just a high level estimate.
Well,
Yeah.
But I think you could expect the cost to have at least doubled since then.
Yeah, there was some discussion of the cost in a few meetings back. I remember don't have my notes with me to say exactly what they said, but I think we need to put something in the comments for that square that just says ongoing so that the public realizes that our utilities staff, Mr. Reaper and Mr. Green are working very hard, following whatever options are. Did you already put it in?
Well, we put it under identify and assess long-term water supply and storage solutions, and
Oh,
then
okay.
supporting action, we put staff have been attending regional water meetings. We can add more to that, or we can move it up to after ongoing, wherever you'd like it.
I think it's fine.
It's fine.
Comment in the comment box.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I was not looking at that.
Oh, that's all right.
Sorry.
Haley's working fast in the background.
She is.
Okay,
Then
we don't have other comments there. Long. Update is needed, the residential and commercial water conservation plan. That's in process. We have an updated target date of third quarter 2026. And moving on to gain approval of a coastal development permit. Well. We addressed that all the information hold responses were submitted to the county and accepted. We need to change that actually. Submitted to the county August 18th, 2025. And we could just put after that, the information hold was cleared. Oh, what was that, January? Do you remember, Kristen?
I think they sent us a letter in October, said that we've been accepted for processing.
Okay, yeah, October 25, that's right. That was in my presentation. So that's been cleared, and then we can change on that first supporting action that we obtained approval.
Obtained.
Unanimously.
Yeah.
Do you know if anybody's filed a page yet to the board of supervisors?
I don't, I'm sure we'll get a notice. They have 14 days to appeal it.
Business days or calendar days?
I'm assuming business days.
Just to avoid confusion here on the top line, the objective line. Target completion date of fourth quarter 2025, that was only to submit the application, right? The completed application, it doesn't include all, actually getting approval. So maybe we revise that updated target completion date to the second quarter 2027.
Yeah, and I think that was actually her target date was to try to get it fourth quarter 2025. We were
Well, yeah, it's
The goal, gain approval of the CDP.
yeah, the 5-year goal. And so
It means we have green light to run.
right.
Not just through the planning commission.
Yeah, that's
Right.
right, it's complete application,
And I
exactly. So I'm saying, to clarify that, and
Yeah,
you don't need you don't need the information in the comments, you don't need that anymore, you wanted to say. Well, I guess you could say planning commission approvals obtained, and I don't know what you say there, but the information hold stuff is now out of date, it's history.
I mean, we can clear that box.
Yeah, it's clear, I don't think that, yeah, definitely have to have it, actually.
And as far as the supporting action, we aren't appealing this to the board of supervisors or the coastal commission.
I don't think so.
Be addressed.
Yeah, address the.
What would you say is you, well, as a noun, I guess you're saying there is gonna be an appeal, that's the idea, we're not gonna do it, but
Address any appeal.
address appeal, yeah,
Yeah, address the appeal.
yeah.
We can do address appeal, or we just removed it and put San Luis Obispo County Board of Supervisors approval and then California Commission approval.
That would be
That's
best.
fine.
That's a positive rather than a.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think. We put original target date completion was first quarter 2026, we met that. Third quarter 2026, I think is accurate for the Board of Supervisors. And I think second quarter 2027 is,
Makes sense to me.
fingers crossed, I'm hoping the Coastal Commission will hear us in a timely fashion.
So good for the top line, do keep, second quarter.
Yeah, I think I was gonna keep it second quarter 2027. Yeah.
Yeah. That's tangible.
Yeah, so, and I think the comments are all accurate there, so unless we have anything else, we can kind of move on there. Lunch is here, so do you want to finish this page?
Finish this page, maybe, let's just get through it.
Resolve the brine waste disposal issue. We've got third quarter 2026. I think, and this is obviously up for debate, but I think we would have a response to resolve the issue. It's whether or not we want to fund it with zero liquid discharge or gained access to St. Simeon's outfalls.
I think we need to postpone deciding to fund the ZLD until we know how the coastal commission is gonna allow us to use this. Because if they remain at emergency use only in a stage 5 or 6, do we want to spend several $1,000,000 on a ZLD. We also are still discussing the possibility of other options with San Simeon and the county, so.
I have a request. I would, put where it says the investigate and complete a study, and then it says present a report. That should be two different, supporting actions.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go a step further and say, we could add looking at San Simeon's outfall as a supporting
Yeah,
action by
exactly.
itself.
You can get that on the record rather than just having work, just commitment, just ZLD is not the only thing we're looking
No.
at. Yeah.
Yeah, because we've got down there as objective or supporting action, board approval of ZLD discharge
Right.
piloted, as though that was our only choice.
And there's two San Simeon options, of course, two. One is the one that we probably actually would have, pretty easily have, it's just trucking it.
Yeah.
San Simeon's, and the other one, of course, is the pipe thing. It's more complicated, but we have at least two San Simeon options to consider.
Yeah.
And same with ZLD.
Yeah.
We might choose it that reduces our brine concentration or brine quantity by 50% rather than going for the full 98% reduction, just to reduce our future trucking or pipeline costs.
Yeah.
And then I think we could also, maybe in some of the comments under ZLD would be engaging with the Army Corps of Engineers for funding. So we had 4 million left over from monies that was allocated to the district for the original theme of the project, which was desalinate. Right. But we couldn't fit ZLD or some of the other things that we were doing with the WRF in it. So we released that, but they basically told us, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tristan, come back with a different scope. And so that's what we are thinking about doing in terms of ZLD, is coming back to the Army Corps of Engineers for funding to purchase the ZLD. And then we'd have to look at, OpEx costs, but that could be some comments in terms of how we fund ZLD. Because it does work.
It would be a great, supporting action, and then you could put complete.
Yeah, see, there'd be
So
one.
we have three supporting actions rather than two then, right?
At least 3, maybe more.
So first one, investigate and complete a study for new cost-effective options and
Yeah.
technologies for the reduction of and disposal of brine waste, including costs.
Right.
The next one, present a report to the board upon conclusion of the study. Then we have investigate the San Simeon outfall.
Right.
And then board approval.
A board consideration maybe
Yeah.
of options. At that point, we were probably gonna decide what to do.
Well, we did the pilot
Yeah.
testing program,
Yeah, with well, the ones there now would be deleted.
right?
Yeah, so it'd be something to substitute for it.
So we would delete that, but you probably can copy it,
Well, you're gonna put it in probably,
that part in
Yeah.
terms of board.
Oh, I see.
right?
Board approval of the zero liquid discharge pilot testing program. You did approve it. It is complete. Now it would be.
Or consideration of, brine disposal options.
There you go. That's what I'm going,
Real simple.
the decision point.
Are we still doing the thing where we take completed actions and put them in the special appendix?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be here.
No.
It's completed, yeah.
So if we look on the screen,
Can't see it.
sorry,
So, just read it.
board consideration of brine disposal options. It was placed on the plan today. And then target completion date. I would think at least by fourth quarter, we'll have the report brought to the board in terms of what it's gonna cost. Staff is looking at funding options for ZLD. We'll be in conversations with the county about San Simeon. And that would have to be brought to the board in terms of whether or not we're gonna, work with San Simeon and the county. So I think fourth quarter, we can at least bring something forward for consideration.
Okay, but I don't want you to bring forward to the board as an action. In other words, that That's not an action. That's something that you're gonna do. It would have to be approval or decisions made or something like that. You see what I'm saying?
Kind of, so you want me to change the language from board consideration of brine disposal options?
No, that's okay, board consideration, not,
That's the decision.
yeah,
Yeah, so that's good.
that's good.
Space, you have the staff work to frame the issue, do the report, and then you have the board decision. That seems just two things still,
Yeah,
actually. I don't think you have to break it up into more than that.
So are we okay with?
Can't read it that well.
I can't.
Are you talking about the presenter report to the board upon conclusion of the study?
Yeah,
You don't like the wording of that one?
yeah, I don't like present a report to the board.
So maybe board consideration of the study?
Well, maybe we shouldn't have,
Of identified,
Identify, yeah, that's good.
yeah,
For consideration of
of
identified options.
identified options. In other words, if we get the report, then that'll be one of the options. I don't wanna limit it to ZLD.
Okay, board consideration of identified options. But we also have a supporting action that says board consideration of brine disposal options. Is that not one and the same?
That is the same.
Yeah, that is the same.
So maybe we just delete this one. So originally they had me remove present a report to the board upon conclusion of the study to its own line. Do you still want that removed as its own line or just removed entirely?
I think it just needs to be, I mean, you're gonna bring it. no
Yeah, I think
matter
it's part of
what.
it. I don't think it needs to be its own line.
No,
Yeah.
Okay, so which one do you like better? Board consideration of identified options or board consideration of brine disposal options?
The latter.
either,
The latter.
yeah, because it's specifically brine disposal, right? Yeah.
So we got rid of that one.
Or you can compromise and say identified brine disposal.
So supporting actions, investigate the San Simeon outfall. Board consideration of brine disposal options.
Yeah,
With that? Okay. Okay, and target date for investigate the San Simeon outfall.
And
Feasibility report, feasibility report from the county is supposed to get in our hands for comments, and board review. And we talked about that at our last meeting with LAFCO. That should happen within the next month.
we'll do third quarter.
Because you're waiting for the county.
That's
right. That's three, at a couple quarters.
Yeah.
Okay, third quarter,
Yeah.
under promise.
If we do it before, like
I mean-
Karen said. Right.
The last one on this page is relocate rodeo grounds pump station. We have a target date of fourth quarter 2028. And that is what I was talking about with the grants with Panetta's office and community project funding. And we're pursuing those, which is in the comments section. And
And then we would want some supporting actions that would get us there.
It's a point. The only supporting action at this point would be what's in the comments. I don't know if you have, I don't know if you have to put it, have an extra thing in the comment, extra thing on the supporting actions lines. We already have it and covered the comments.
I'm open to either. The thing that's preventing us from the relocation is just funding.
Yeah.
So
So maybe it's the,
the only supporting action I can see putting underneath it is kind of what we put in the comments, so I'm happy to put it in either area. But it would basically, look for funding, grant funding and or the potential Prop 218 that.
Well, it would be secure.
but of course,
Grant funding.
it's hard to put a target date on securing grant
Yeah,
funding. You're at
yeah.
the mercy of the
Sure.
ranchers.
Sure.
So you might as well
Yeah.
just, keep it.
Just leave it.
What time do you think of this?
Besides that, we have lunch.
Down with water.
We have a question.
In terms of supporting actions, it might make sense to put something similar to what we did for the San Simeon water line replacement one, where we have an RFP. I don't know if we don't want to get to that this point, or maybe next year we look at adding those supporting actions.
Yeah, we need the funding first.
Future
strategic plan review. Once the funding has been identified, then you would start to refine the process in terms of. All right.
That and grants, yeah. Okay, President Farmer, how long would you like to break for lunch?
Let's see the time. Well, it's 12:08, so let's come back at 12:45.
Nice.
Continuing on page 10 now, the core area of wastewater services, and we'll go back to that.
All right, thank you. Core area wastewater services, my first item there is monitor project expenditure performance during the construction phase. Ongoing monthly review of project expenditures within the utilities department, manager, wastewater superintendent, so basically, if I remember correctly, this is when Denise and I and the rest of the staff meet and start going over the SST project. And looking at how it's basically progressing.
Should we add SST to this?
We probably should, because I think it's broad and doesn't explain exactly what we're doing there.
Yeah, because I didn't know when you were coming to finance to report, so that was one of my comments.
Report on the SST?
What you were reporting on.
I mean, I provide financial updates monthly
So is that what it was?
and quarterly.
Yeah, I know you were, you
No.
definitely,
Oh, but you mean just about the project itself?
well,
Like the progress of the, cause I feel like my reports and the quarterly report and the finance manager report meets reporting on the financial.
that's fine.
Piece,
That's
but
fine.
if you wanted
Well, I
progress.
don't know that I want. I just didn't know what I should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Mr. Green reports on project updates regularly at R&I.
Yeah. You mean you get reports and I don't?
Well, they're verbal, they're not written, but yeah. It's the same thing that comes before the board, only a little more detail.
It's fine.
On most of the objectives say something like the project was completed. And here it just says monitor. We want to add or maybe refine the objective to say project completed, but it's gonna happen soon and you want something to take credit for.
So
That's a celebration.
You should do an objective that says completion of.
So completion of the SST program?
Because monitoring something isn't something with an objective, isn't it?
No.
It's not an action with an objective, it's just ongoing.
Yeah, and monitor, by nature, monitor would be one of the supporting actions.
Yeah.
So complete SST,
I would
Project
definitely. Refer to SST, yeah.
But should that be not a supporting action, but an
That should be
actual?
an objective.
Yeah, the objective should be complete the SST project.
Yeah.
Because the next objective below that is priorities and implementation. Can't talk. Implementation plan for the CIP wastewater projects, not in the SST.
Right.
So this first one should be about the SST.
And then do you want to keep the previous line that states monitor SST project expenditures and performance during the construction phase? Or would you like to change that entirely to say complete the SST project?
I think the monitor could be a supporting action.
Right.
Yeah.
So make the blue objective be complete the project and move monitor to a supporting action.
Oh, you have an opportunity for a completion date.
well. Do we need to have a separate, because you already say quarterly report, which which is the result of monitoring. So maybe we just say,
Yeah.
do we need to, in other words, we need a separate item? What we already have there, assumes you're monitoring the
Right.
progress.
Right. I agree,
Yeah, so maybe just
We
keep-
don't need monitor.
Well, okay.
Well, I think part of it, I think why we had it in there is the SST project had stalled for so long.
Mhm.
And so it was- we were constantly like dipping in and trying to figure out, where we were on the project and monitoring expenditures. And now, again, thanks to Jim and Tristan and the staff, that we're on the verge of
Maybe, yeah,
I think, isn't it okay to get rid of that objective then?
but maybe, I think complete the project is is a good objective.
Yeah, I do too.
And that's, then there's a new target date. There's an actual target date, not ongoing.
Right.
So do we need to ask Tristan what he thinks the completion date of the SSC or Mr. Bean?
I agree.
But August 31st, I think is when Tony.
August 1st.
Sorry, Mr. Arthur,
August 31st.
would have it finished.
Third quarter,
Yeah.
Third quarter,
26.
okay.
Party on.
Another tour.
Oh, so what I was gonna say before was, you wake up in the morning on Richard Avenue and you hear all the Stewart Street kind of stuff. And it feels like we're being invaded by ETs or something.
I didn't hear all of
It's on the previous page.
Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't get to say it before lunch.
So,
It sounds like progress.
Yes.
so on this one, on the monitor, we see complete the SSC project and third quarter 2026. Do we say anything in the comments? Because all that too, of course, is no longer.
Yeah.
What we need to do. Yeah, we just have.
So we eliminated those comments. We could add something, per wastewater superintendent.
Yeah.
Project is.
Well, that you would fill in.
When it was completed.
Yeah, I'm good leaving it blank. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go leave it blank in this
Along
case.
with the report.
There's a quarterly report right below.
Okay.
If somebody could do me a favor, I'm at a disadvantage here from where I'm sitting.
Oh, yeah.
So I can't see I can't see as clearly as you folks do what's been retyped there. So I have something to
No.
read that. It's kind of
Okay, we just
embarrassing.
trusted they did it.
Is it on the MacBook there?
No, it's on my computer.
Okay.
Oh, you don't have to change it. You don't have to.
Well, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Can all of you still read it?
No, doesn't matter.
It's still a type this whole, I don't know.
You can't smell it.
Can't smell it here, so.
Are you having difficulty reading it?
Yes.
I am too a little bit.
Okay,
This
then-
small type,
Matt, just go ahead and move it back the way it's.
squint a little bit.
That's all right. Thank you.
So this is only on Haley's computer, it's not on the Zoom screen?
Oh, no, this
No, it
one's
is.
there.
Okay, so
I'm not there yet, but.
can you read it if you had the Zoom screen alongside your agenda screen?
If you log into Zoom, you can all see it.
Hmm.
On your iPads.
You might do that.
Okay.
I don't know.
We email Fred link to all of them, so it's already.
I had the fingers in place.
Well, we're not thinking.
Or do it.
Cause I have my comments too. So, the red line. Did it get red, the bottom, entry, did it get red line because you just moved it up
From
one?
the app or from the browser?
The bottom entry, I'm sorry, I'm not. following.
Yeah, where it says define extent of repairs needed, did it get red line just because you moved it up one?
We haven't got to that one yet. We were still on,
I mean, you're telling me I'm jumping ahead.
no, I would never say that to your face.
Oh.
Ms. Dodson, we join Zoom from the app or from the browser? Can you go off?
From the app, I think. I'm just doing it from the app and see that it's working. There we are.
Oh, I see you.
Yeah, make sure I.
There you go.
Oh, and I know I have to turn off the sound here. Let me see that goes. Turn sound, turn off. I'm muted.
I don't need to see
Showing up.
me.
It's good. Thank you, participant Dave.
And then the sound thing.
We all generally have.
Conversation department. This is good, yeah.
You do the same on mine.
Oh, I'm not seeing the edits.
Mine beyond the decisions.
My job is just to make sure they do it. not understanding.
Work to progress. I love that. Go. Work to progress. Without. Go. Work to progress. Without. Go. Work to progress. Without.
How do I get rid of
How do I get rid of that?
You can minimize it with the little thing on the right. We can cover right there.
Oh.
This one. We're getting.
There's a setting for that, so how, what can you? You got
The chief. My audio is not flash. I missed those days. Oh, yeah. Just got the audio to you.
Yeah, those
They're
guys
not really muted.
That's just.
People return it. I am old enough to be as long.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, all my three kids are all.
And I know that.
One of our.
I've made them on
So,
some
I said.
Yeah.
Turn 75.
Yeah, I'm 70.
And my mom has many children on the trip.
Oh, really?
I'm her number 3 out of 6.
Wow.
But she has a couple older and quite a.
My son is.
Yeah, I
Look like-
brothers, probably, my oldest, the oldest of us is probably about that.
Yeah.
54.
This looks so nice.
Of course, now that you can see it.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here trying to move the.
I know, me too.
I know I have to, there.
But I'm not the only one.
No.
I'm so used to being able to scroll.
Yeah, we can't scroll.
Okay, I got it. Now.
Okay.
That's where I had education, you'll get back into, you'll learn to test it out. And when I was talking to them, I come along and say, he said, oh, enjoy your youth while you can.
Well, that's doing
Yeah.
that. Can I
Really,
bring a
it's
suggestion?
Sure.
With it, yeah, the 23 acres out on Preston.
So,
There you go.
second to last line, establish priorities for the other stuff. The non-SST.
Yeah.
Should we perhaps have whatever supporting actions with, because that's, well, first off, it says fourth quarter 25, so we want to change to that, but,
Well, that was the
okay,
original.
yeah, that was the old one, but. Oh, okay, so we've added a set of,
Yeah, let's,
okay, oh,
Okay, so.
We're always.
Okay,
so
so
more there.
we're leaving the so first item, complete the SST project. We're gonna leave the comments blank. Third quarter 2026, which is what we're on track for, the completion of the entire SST project. Quarterly reports to finance and resource and infrastructure committees, that's ongoing with small comments there. And then we're on to establish priorities and implementation plan for CIP wastewater projects not in the SST. That objective came about when we had things that we wanted to incorporate in the SST project, like lift station B4, that we just couldn't afford with the current financing. So we started creating these priorities that were gonna fund some of these, what would have been SST projects into our overall CIP list. So we added comments and put third quarter 2026. Coordination with OpenGov, MCAN to develop an engineering master plan and capital improvement plan for these wastewater collection system and wastewater treatment plant items.
So is the, what is it, Gov, the thing that we approved last, is that gonna help you with this?
Mhm. So that will analyze and help us prioritize based on their analysis of where our greatest vulnerabilities are in those
Okay.
different, which we kind of know on the bigger ones, like lift station B4 is a big problem for us, a big one. And it's almost an employee safety issue, and I'll let Tristan add anything if I'm not covering it. And then we'll start looking at other areas in the district. Good? Good. All right.
and I&I, the I&I item.
Yeah, but we have a lot more to do besides the I and I item, so do we wanna add anything else in there under the supporting actions?
Supporting actions for establishing priorities.
Right.
Yeah.
How about, that program?
Um,
That's already done, though, isn't that's already?
It's done, but don't you have to upload it or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, we have to do an implementation phase
Yeah.
in which they're gonna come out. We can add that as a supporting action.
Yeah,
Implement, yeah.
So underneath,
Asset management system.
yeah, implement OpenGov asset management system.
yeah, that's,
Yeah, the goal is for it to establish priorities. Doesn't get anything done, but what will give us is that list, so we can.
Yeah.
So the ultimate outcome is really an update to the CIP list, right? With the,
Yeah.
with priorities.
Yeah, it integrates into the CIP list and just a more comprehensive snapshot of where we need to be.
And then maybe next year or the year after that, in this strategic planning session, one of those will get pulled up as a goal.
Utilities manager. And GM. Cause, you know, this applying to water and wastewater, but in reality, OpenGov is applying to all of our different departments. So having in there. Let's go, we're approaching second quarter, I'll say third quarter, 2026. I expect it before then, but we've got to start meeting with OpenGov, get everybody trained, they have to do the analysis of our system. So I think third quarters. So we eliminated defined the extent and repairs needed to reduce inflow and infiltration.
remove that as an objective and put it as a supporting action.
Gotcha.
Yeah, makes sense.
Anything else? We might want to add there? I mean, I think it covers it in terms of just broadly,
yeah,
because we don't have those. You know, except for a couple of that we know of, we don't have them, you know, defined because we haven't really got into the OpenGov piece. So if everybody's okay with there, we'll move on to fire protection and emergency services. And I know Keith has some things that.
what page is it?
Page 11.
Thanks.
Or 4 of 8, depending on your.
Okay. Thanks. First objective, engage all county agencies to include CAL FIRE, county OES, sheriff, CHP, state parks to update Cambria's fire evacuation, department operations and pre-plans. Took out hazard mitigation plan because we adopted that at the board level not too long ago. Target date is fourth quarter 2026. We just consider that ongoing because as you know, we only have one evacuation corridor. We don't have a whole lot of options there. I know we are investigating Harmony Ranch Road evacuation route, but that is complicated, costly, a lot of legal issues and things of that nature, working with property owners, the discussion of potentially condemnation or, you know, things of that nature are all sensitive. We as an ad hoc have been working on that, trying to lessen that effect and seeing if we can get some property owners to jump on board. So that's ongoing.
In the comments, could you put some of that stuff?
Yeah, under implement the plans, I guess I would think that would be where it would go, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
What are we doing actually? In terms of implementation rather than just planning.
It sure seems like the emergency evacuation route ought to be a line in here,
A separate item.
a separate row.
I think
It's
so.
gotta be it, because it's so big.
I agree,
As its own objective.
yeah.
As an objective.
Yeah.
That's
If I may,
seems like,
Yeah, this is not a subset of a plan.
Well,
It could
you
be
think you're like in leadership in this area here?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Only when spoken to, please. Only when spoken to.
Yeah.
The unit. So I sent Haley and I think Matt, during the break, Matt and I were discussing a potential change to the objective here. And this might be all encompassing and might erase that entirely, and make that a supporting action in itself. If I sent it to you on an email or, how about, I'm sorry, real quick, I'm gonna make copies of this. So you keep talking, I'm gonna make copies for all the directors. What do you mean? What is that? Literally the thing you're talking about. No, that's different. That's you don't wanna talk. I sent you just today, just now, just a few minutes ago. It's just
email.
objective in the email, yeah.
I have my email closed, so.
But not this one. No. Where'd you get this? Oil machine. That was in our last meeting. That you squashed that last meeting. Oh, did I tell you no? Okay.
Saw that.
That one?
Yeah.
No. He told me no. But that objective that I just sent you, Haley, basically it's and feel free to print it or screen where you want, but it's essentially just a new objective that, like I said, might be all inclusive as far as a lot of these things.
Why don't you read it?
Yeah, so the objective would basically be to strengthen wildfire preparedness, evacuation planning, prevention capacity, and sustainable EMS support. And so that would be the objective, supporting actions. I have 4 of them listed, maybe 5, not just 4 of them. But essentially, it includes all of those things, everything that we're talking about as far as engaging, especially with evacuation planning. That's just a portion of a portion of the evacuation planning is engaging with those other entities. And then there's obviously ad hoc committees. There's a lot more to it than just that. So if we want to make that a supporting action of that.
Read it again.
Yeah, what you just read is considerably different from what we have.
Well, we need
Yes.
Haley's magic fingers to
Yeah.
put it on the screen. Read what you just
Okay,
wrote.
so it says strengthen wildfire preparedness, evacuation planning, prevention capacity, and sustainable EMS.
That looks like a strategic goal.
Yeah, it almost sounds like it's really like it's the top of the page.
That's right.
Yeah,
So we need the, like,
What you're doing is,
outcome that will be different.
and that's fine too, that's, yeah, first, yes, this is now.
yeah, I mean, this is that's more directed towards our actions than what you have there now.
Right.
We're just trying to get everybody together, all the agencies together on something. This is what we're gonna be able to do. Yeah, and, okay, this is good.
Okay.
So
So it
It
was
felt
a
like-
little different.
I felt like that objective, or how it was read at least, or how it was on the page there. Would be a little bit more all encompassing other than, like I said, because it's strategic goal as it reads right now is to maintain and enhance the emergency preparedness, community education, and while providing optimal and adaptive all hazard response. So I felt like this objective underneath that goal would be, meeting that goal. Obviously, you see the supporting actions there, those could be goals as well.
Yeah, to me, that sentence under objective is 4 separate
Right,
objectives.
right.
Okay.
So we almost don't need you don't need the objective if those 4 things are objective. And if those 4 things are objectives, I think we do have to have something for the evacuation route.
Yeah.
Well, evacuation routes plural, but of course, the one we're talking about mainly is Harmony Ranch, because that's an infrastructure issue here. That's not just, planning on using what we have now. I was struck, just to backdrop, digress slightly. I was looking over the newly prepared evacuation, wildfire readiness document, that goes neighborhood by neighborhood or area by area. And I noticed in my area, which is Lodge Hill Marine Terrace zone, there's a map showing routes and the direction you take. And then there's on the margin there's tips or things not to do and to do. One of them says, don't drive uphill. Right uphill, and they go into the fire probably too. That's the situation we got now. You can't do any, there are no other routes, so you had to have those things pointed up. You go up Ardath and try to get to Burton, and, through all the, whatever's going on. We still we need that alternate route, badly, and, I'd like to have it raised, to at least an objective, and well, to the objective level, and maybe have it included with these 5 as separate objectives.
Yeah.
Because, the goal, the strategic goal is basically pretty much what's said here in that
Yes.
under strategic priority 1, maintain and enhance emergency preparedness and community education while providing optimal and adaptive all hazard response. That kind of covers it.
Yeah.
And so these seems to be objectives, but I think we have to include the evacuation route as an objective.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, under the supporting actions there on your page, the formalize and update community evacuation planning, including coordination with county and law enforcement partners, and conduct annual evacuation exercises. I feel like that would encompass that, but you want it more specifically to
I think
the evacuation back to another route.
Yeah, I would like to have it separate, another one.
Yeah,
I think, I'm sorry.
yeah, the objective would essentially be something of the southern evacuation route from Lodge Hill
Yeah.
is operational.
It's,
It's,
well,
that would be,
capital
is complete and ready for use. That's the objective that we
we
want to
just
see.
want to have that route in place and,
Yeah,
completed,
So I think maybe,
take a while.
because I hear where the chief is coming from, so could there be 2 supporting actions?
Oh, sure.
That address 2 different things. So I think 1, the long-range planning and financing of the evacuation out Harmony Ranch Road is a big one. And then there's the other piece with this evacuation corridor that doesn't just have to do with Highway 1, it has to do with the neighborhoods themselves.
Yeah.
How to get out, knowing which way to get out, and that's where this piece comes in, where the chief has to work with the community, I think. So they can get ready to move and move early, even if it means we've only got the 1 evacuation corridor. So I think both of them could be good supporting actions.
I was gonna say, I would say, I wouldn't delete the formalize and update community evacuation plan. I would just add this to it, it's not a substitute.
Okay.
And I think what I'm hearing from Director Gray is that the Harmony Ranch Road evacuation route will be a separate objective with a blue line.
Right.
Not a support map. It's not right. Big event.
Would you put that first supporting action from the fire chief underneath that?
Are these gonna be supporting actions or objectives? That's another question. Or separate objective.
I would personally like to see them, if we're not using that top line as my objective, then I would like to see those all, the ones that are listed on the page as supporting actions, I'd like to move those to objectives. That would. In that case.
Makes sense to me.
They do need to kind of be, restated and measurable.
Well, they'll have target dates and
Yeah.
supporting actions, I guess. Some may have to have supporting actions too. And it might be that some of these, the lengthier ones, especially if there's some, they're actually talking about action and stuff that's, I haven't read them that carefully to know that. You might be able to break them up into an objective and a supporting action in some cases.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do that. Major.
Thank you. So, if I heard correctly, we're trying to move these into all objectives,
Yes.
but we want them simplified.
Well, or if there's any things that, the objective itself is sort of broad and the specifics that are mentioned here might be listed as supporting actions.
Okay. Well, let's target the first one. Have you put in,
I have a question. Are you gonna leave engage all county agencies to include?
I think it's the substitutes for that, doesn't it?
I would
I
say
think
that,
so,
yeah,
too.
that's exactly right.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So get rid of the engage one and do it. Use this one, right?
Yes. So the supporting action number 1 goes in that place?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, who's responsible?
Will be the fire chief, sure, and myself.
Target completion date.
You wanted to do it this year, chief, or next year? Say that again, this action, this objective. Since we're targeting our first evacuation drill in the beginning of 27, I'd like to put it for that first quarter, 2027, please. Okay. Comments that you want in there, or are we good with?
I think it's
Just good leading
not
that
planned
plan?
to me, yeah.
And then a new objective would be,
So are these supporting actions okay for this item?
oh, for this item.
Those are there now.
Those are. Is there any issues of? Well, that one supporting objective can probably go underneath the establishment of the evacuation route, however we title that objective.
Yeah.
To implement the plans could be a supporting objective underneath this new one.
Yeah,
So we could pull out the first supporting objective and put that to the evacuation route and then implement the plans underneath this one.
Well, implement the plans was for the old one, and we said that the MJHMP was already approved.
Yeah, but this, we now have a new plan. So we'll take out the comments of the MJ and, you know, the multi.
I'm just thinking for my archive, just to make it clear for me. Do you mind if I just do a new line?
Sure.
So you want to say implement the plans. Right?
Oh.
Who's the who?
What?
Who's the who?
Chief myself. So if we're doing our drill, first quarter, chief. Yep. 2027, yeah. Do you want it the same, implementing the plans would be the same timeframe, or would that be later on, because you learned from the evacuation route, that we changed the plans? I mean, or learn from the evacuation type drill and preparation. I think either way they would fine, yeah, whatever. I don't have reference. Theoretically, you would have the plan prior to the drill, but you're right, you know, the drills are gonna definitely reveal some. On the law or adjustments are, so why don't we put second quarter 2027?
This is the time.
When you do that drill, it might shore up the plan itself to be implemented, you know what I mean? Is everybody okay with that? Okay. And then we need to insert an objective. I'm not sure how we should word that, but gain access to,
Secure an alternative evacuation route.
you want to be specific to the area?
No,
Or for,
That's a good term.
yeah.
Yeah, that's very clear.
your evacuation route. Or, I mean, could you say for, it's an alternative to highway. Or southbound evacuation.
I just think any of it.
There's only one that really, I think, really,
Yeah, but what if something opens up and just say an alternative evacuation route? I'm sorry, you do what you want, you're the
No.
fire guy.
It's the same.
I just tend to be bossy.
Securing an alternative evacuation route does allow us a little bit of flexibility of the whole thing. But we can put in comments into that,
In comments, yeah, you can put in comments.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the most like, with, you know, the most.
Staff and ad hoc are currently looking at
Harmony Ranch, right?
Yeah.
as one of those alternatives. And if others present themselves.
Mhm.
And here we'll accept a target completion date that's a couple skips down the road.
Yeah.
It's gotta be, I mean, it's not, it's obviously not, 026. I mean, it's, yeah, I'm very sorry, it's gotta be a couple years out.
Yeah, I mean-
Because of all the.
Yeah. Begin
Teeth pulling
condemnation
teeth.
process. Yeah.
First quarter of 29.
Maybe 2 years from now, I don't know. Let's be open, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to be too pessimistic, but
Second quarter of 28.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we've got comments, we continue coordinating with allied agencies to support a unified evacuation planning effort.
So that's for this item.
No.
That's just today, I mean, it's leftover from before, right?
That's left over from before. So work with ad hoc staff and legal counsel. Is there any comments you want to put in there under identify the fiscal impact and funding sources? But we just had a sort of an estimate from,
And that is, of course, based on the plan that might be revised, actually, on the other, value engineered down, it was a little more of a Cal Fire, a standard road, which
Right.
is not, there's more than we need, so. We do need to refine the
comments.
refine the plan, but also legality. I mean, we have to mention the legal issues at some point. Invest in possible, eminent domain action, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and the fiscal impact will vary depending on how much.
Yeah, exactly, that makes a big difference.
So we'll continue coordinating with the ad hoc staff and legal counsel. On the project's feasibility.
Cost and feasibility, yeah.
1155 Warren Road, London, East by Warren, from Orlando. Humanity Self-Defense, 7 down on California 1324.
Does the who need to be changed?
Fire chief,
General manager, and do you want to add the ad hoc in there?
yeah,
Yeah,
still around, yeah.
unless you fire us.
No, I don't do the firing, that's for sure.
And ad hoc, yeah.
No, I meant fire the ad hoc. No, that's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Council is doing this, but
Oh, we need legal counsel in there.
council,
Probably swap out things.
He wants a fiscal impact.
That almost goes without saying. Yeah.
yeah.
Do you want me to remove that?
Yeah, there is. Okay,
Yeah.
we're good to move on from there?
I am.
Okay,
I'm satisfied.
adopt a weed abatement ordinance, that was completed, that'll be removed.
There was gonna be, this. I was looking forward to the supporting action under it. Because while it says adopt an ordinance, the line under it, or occurs after the ordinance is approved.
And that does.
In other words, make it happen, and that's a bigger deal.
That's where some of those supporting actions that I have on that paper.
Exactly.
Oh, so basically that gets incorporated in the new.
I mean, those now become, since we've adopted the weed abatement ordinance, those supporting actions now become the objective, yeah.
Yeah, do the under adopt weed abatement, the provide budget, blah, 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 it should be actually an objective. Because you're gonna get rid of adopt weed abatement ordinance.
Right, so the line under it may be reworded, becomes
Yeah.
the new objective.
That's right.
Which is essentially implement the weed abatement ordinance. For sure.
Right.
And Chief, your supporting action number 2 is pretty close to that, isn't it?
Correct, yeah, and all three of those next, like the 2, 3, and 4 really kind of, well, except with the exception of number 4, so 2 and 3 really become
Yes.
the objectives.
Yeah, that number 3 would be a very important action to implement that.
Well, I would just say reestablish. Because developing and presenting a plan. I mean, just reestablish it.
Okay, so if we were to replace adopt weed abatement ordinance with a new objective.
Yeah.
That is similar to increase defensible space inspections or enforce defensible space and public preparedness outreach, including evacuation awareness. And then supporting actions could be the one that's already there existing. Is that what we're talking about? Provide a budget and funding strategy for the enforcement.
Which, right now, yeah, what you put in there.
That's because I think that supporting action still exists, but also applies to the new objective, number 2, that the chief is talking about. However, we decide to word that. Does that work?
If you look at number 3, Matt, on that paper, it basically kind of outlines more or less what we've talked about in that, provide budget and funding strategies. It does talk a little bit about that. I don't know if you want to, whether it's one of the 2 or just have one.
What he's got on paper now, on the screen now, it's really getting there.
Well,
You mean the supporting action under implement weed abatement?
Yes,
Yeah.
she's got, the new objective of
Right.
implement,
Right,
and then the next line incorporates what we had before, plus Fire Chief's line 3.
yeah, it does. I guess, I have a question, so. To add 2 new FTEs to the, is what you're saying, right? And based on that, isn't that just part of the budget process?
we've already engaged in discussions.
Right.
Ms. Fritz and I.
Yeah.
To bring forward the administrative assistant as the first move,
Okay,
because we are losing, one of our maintenance technicians to water.
okay,
That'll happen the next few weeks.
Okay.
And so we've discussed already, as we did, when we were discussing budgets and things of that nature with the board.
yeah, because for us, we don't say, oh yeah, okay, it's okay to hire. A clerical person, basically what we say is, here's the budget that allows you to do that.
Yeah, and we'll bring that forward in a new,
In the new budget,
position allocation list,
okay,
and bring that before the board
okay,
and the budgetary cycle.
okay. I'm just trying to be very clear about what our role is and what your role is.
So we could talk about, or we could leave out the fire marshal administrative assistant
Yeah,
and just talk about provide budget and funding strategies for the enforcement of the ordinance,
right,
which already include trying to get a fire marshal
Right.
and some administrative assistant.
right.
So we have, everybody's okay with implement the weed abatement ordinance?
Yep.
I like enforce.
Implement and enforce.
Cause I think that's the reality.
We have implemented we've implemented the.
That's right, you have.
We were.
It's the enforcement piece, which is leaning on the fire marshal and some administrative support, cause that's what's really tough for us as a district, is chief is the Swiss Army knife of the fire department right now, having to do all things. So if everybody's okay with that, the enforce, I lost it, there it is, enforce the abatement ordinance. Supporting action, provide budget and funding strategies for the enforcement of the ordinance. And we'll do that.
Budget, funding and staffing strategies, because you're talking about staffing.
That's good.
Well, actually, budget and funding are kind of redundant.
Yeah.
Budget and staffing.
Budget and
Yeah,
staff.
budget and staffing.
Yeah.
Good catch. There,
So we're that's a great abatement ordinance.
Haley, you're fast.
She was one.
Got a lot of us.
She humors us.
So for target date, that's kind of,
I feel like it's already,
I mean, we're doing it.
yeah.
Is that problematic when we look at our strategic plan? We're having difficulty enforcing it, but we are doing it, just at a slower pace.
Enforce is probably an objective that may be there for the rest of our lives.
So
The
every,
reporting actions.
Yeah.
Strengthen enforcement of the weed and abatement ordinance.
so, would the words ongoing be appropriate
Well,
here, or
it's not,
continuous?
you're trying to improve the enforcement of it though. You're trying to strengthen the enforcement of it because you are gonna try to get more staff on and stuff like that. So we're trying to improve the enforcement.
I'm with you on that. I was just saying
Yeah.
target date. We could put continuous or ongoing.
I think so. Continuous effort, yeah.
And then you were talking about, strengthen the enforcement or what was it? Improve enforcement?
How about fully enforce?
Will enforce? Yeah.
I'm okay with that, yeah. Good luck, chief.
It's nothing new.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so we got that language change.
Under that, really quick, do we want to add that, the increased defensible space inspections, public preparedness outreaches and supporting action to that enforcement?
No.
No.
That's what you do.
It could be a supporting action if you wanted it.
That's what I was saying, yes.
But you do it, it's happening. It's part of the enforcement. I mean, it's not a measurable goal. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay,
Or a measurable objective.
so we got 2 and 3 handled, correct?
Yeah.
Mhm. And then there's 4, enforce, excuse me, I keep saying enforce, evaluate long-term EMS and paramedic workforce sustainability.
Where's that?
That's number 4 on chiefs.
Oh, I hear, okay.
So if we talk about it in the same light that we did with the fire marshal and administrative assistant, is this more of a
I
budget
think
piece?
I think it's internal. I don't think it should be on here.
I mean, because from a GM perspective and the chief perspective,
Yeah.
we talk about it all the time,
Yeah.
you know, in terms of how we're gonna do it. And we've talked about at the fire protection committee level about, benefit assessments versus parcel taxes.
And finance. too.
And finance,
Yeah. So it's ongoing. It's not really the process thing,
Yeah, it is
rather
the
than an
process.
objective.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're gonna move on from that?
Yep.
Okay. Which brings us to identify training resources needed to meet state and federal mandates for emergency personnel. That's ongoing. We have a target date of second quarter 2027. Chief, you have anything you wanna add that?
No, not under that, not under that topic. I mean, that's like I said, it's ongoing. It's what we've been talking about.
Okay,
My question about the target date, second quarter 2027, that sounds like just to identify needs, I think it wouldn't take nearly that long. We're talking about actually funding, right? Actual funding, you know, the meeting of the needs. Or is that something a little different from just identifying?
yeah, doesn't this kind of stem from discussions about training center?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what we've been talking about at the fire protection committee meetings,
Yeah.
which is the station, just kind of putting together a plan for, replacement additions, whatever, may need to be added or.
Yeah.
So this is like in wastewater, identifying the non-SST projects that need to be planned. This is analogous to that, of identifying all those things that may be substantial.
Right.
Yeah.
In light of that, I think second quarter of 2027 is late for, it should be, I think, an earlier target date for just identifying the needs, shouldn't it? I mean, earlier, like, more sometime late this year.
Or haven't you already identified it? The need?
Yeah, but we're talking about fiscal impact and funding sources,
Yeah.
in that same sentence, so.
That's why I'm saying change the objective, the objective.
Secure funding sources needed to meet
Yeah.
state and federal mandates
Yeah.
for moves of personnel.
Yeah,
Then the second quarter 2027 makes sense.
Yeah.
So remove the first.
Secure funding,
Need resources, really.
yeah, so
Okay.
identify training resources, can get rid of it,
yeah.
right there. Here, you have secure funding, you've crossed out identify training, you need to cross out resources.
Yeah,
So secure funding needed to meet state and federal mandates.
yeah,
Requirements.
because it includes training and resources and all that.
And then the supporting action fits a little bit better.
It does, and also you can give it a different, give the supporting action a different target date.
And it would be identify, not identifying. What's different from the first and second supporting action? Couldn't you put them together?
Well, the first one says federal mandates for emergency personnel. The other one's dealing with facility needs.
Oh, okay. So I would. Just identify needs to meet state and federal mandates.
So my brain's working here and it's not always working, but our objectives is secure funding needed to meet state and federal mandates. But then it's identify the potential fiscal impact.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. That's why I'm saying just identify needs to meet state and federal mandates. Then the funding is in the objective.
Okay.
And there you can have an earlier target date.
Yeah.
For those, for both of those supporting actions.
Right.
Fourth quarter of 2026, chief?
Yeah.
And that one's ongoing as well.
This one.
Yes,
Yeah.
What about facility needs?
yes. Be okay with that? Okay. Moving on. Apparatus. 2. Identify apparatus replacement needs.
So is this part of what Open Gov is gonna work with us on too, is the fire department apparatus needs? Assessment?
Yes, every asset you
Yeah.
It would definitely help with that. I think, for us internally from the apparatus side, we only have a few of them and we know exactly, where our issues are. I mean, we have a handful of equipment, it's very expensive equipment. So we know that second engine, only has about 5 to 7 more years of life in it per NFPA. So we'll need to start looking at that. The water tender is, while running well, it's way past its service life. And then we talk about boats and jet skis and whether we're gonna transition to jet skis for ocean rescue, continue to do ocean rescue, which they were on one yesterday, by the way. They were launched for a kayaker.
So it sounds like this is something we don't really have to change much.
No, I don't think so.
I'm wondering though, if it's rather than being an objective, it's a supporting action. Of what, of that. Secure funding needed to meet state and federal mandates for emergency personnel.
I think that's appropriate, you know,
Yeah.
look at NFPA standards. That's
Yeah.
what-
Yeah, just make it a supporting action for,
Right.
yeah, because.
Kind of falls within
Yeah.
identifying the facility needs, is
Right.
identifying the apparatus replacement needs.
Right.
Yeah, I think it should be a supporting action.
Now, interesting, maybe that objective can be broadened. Do you have to, do you have to, in the objective now, do you have to say emergency personnel or just needed to meet state and federal mandates for fire services or something?
Yeah.
Because you go beyond personnel when you talk about
Emergency response.
emergency response, yeah.
Response.
Because in the first supporting action, you have emergency personnel and that's covered.
Yeah.
You know, so emergency response from that, yeah.
Yeah,
And then I would also.
no,
Up higher, yeah.
The larger issue that I'm seeing is more of, you know, planning purposes, so identifying apparatus replacement needs. It's kind of goes along the same thing with the facility replacement, you know, or upgrades kind of needs, so. To me, whether it's part of the strategic plan or not, we have to come with some sort of plan because we know it's coming. When you build a facility, you know you're gonna have to replace it. When you have a fire engine, you know you're gonna have to replace it. And so so at some point, we have to come up with a plan. And so if we wanted to add in there identifying how to plan fiscally maybe, or financially, you know.
but
come up
that's
with a
what this
plan.
says. That's what the objective says. Can you come down a little bit? Yeah. Right there, secure funding needed to meet state and federal mandates for emergency response. That's, I mean, I'm thinking get rid of meet the state and federal mandates, just identify secure funding for needs. Something.
Secure funding, well, for emergency response, just secure funding. Long-term funding for emergency
Right.
response?
Right,
I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know how, I mean, federal mandates are kind of, state and federal mandates are kind of a good way to say, to define the needs.
that's
It
true.
might be just keep that in there.
You know,
I think, a little more, you know,
yeah,
They're regulating what we.
right, and that's what we're, you know, those are our guidelines, yeah, our guideposts, those.
And then I have one other suggestion. Where we say identify apparatus replacement needs. Can't we just put a comma after training facilities and add identify apparatus needs?
yeah, yeah,
And condense those
Yeah.
two supporting actions?
yeah.
And then to Chief's point, while Haley does that,
What do you want me to do?
you're gonna take identify apparatus replacement needs. Put a comma after facilities and just add that there and condense that supporting action.
Add it here.
And the Chief's point about the funding plan, I think we can talk about that more broadly when we get to the finance section of the strategic plan. Cause there's an overarching goal from the finance world in terms of long range fiscal planning and infrastructure needs and CIP stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Me,
And now one last question. Your supporting action on the sheet, there's no manager handed out. Your item 4 hasn't been expressed.
That's what I was wanted to bring up, and it was, I think we were talking about not adding that to this, but I wanted to clarify why, or what, explain why that wouldn't be appropriate to be added to this. To me, it would be, since we can reword it so it doesn't talk about, but when we're talking about exactly what it says, evaluate long-term EMS and paramedic workforce sustainability, including staffing levels, service demand trends, all of that. That seems very helpful for this. I'd be willing to put that on there as an objective.
No, not as an objective. Cause it really is under the objective of securing the funded for the emergency response.
Well, to me, there's a lot more there than just funding, so it's more about where and evaluating where our responses are, doing a standard coverage as far as like where our engine replacement could potentially be improved, that kind of thing.
Staffing optimization study and plan.
Right.
The way this is worded, it seems like ALS seems to be the object
Yeah,
of it, and
why don't you
that,
just say,
are we, isn't that, something we're. First, we're laying in the balance sheet
Chief is sitting over there, and I'm sitting here.
There's a,
I think it's too specific to put on a
Might be kind of
strategic.
specific, because it's in that issue.
Yeah, we have funding issues within the fire department, staffing issues, and, dealing with paramedic salaries and benefits, when the department itself, is consistently looking at what other paramedics are making. I mean, we're struggling there. And, we won't be able to address that without the funding piece,
Right,
you know, and the only way we can address that funding wise in this type of in a community service district, is that, we would have to look at a parcel tax, you know, in order to beef up that funding. And then
So I feel like we're getting a little off topic because we're not talking specifically here about like just looking at paramedic salaries. We're talking about the evaluating where and our needs are in the community as far as response times. It has a lot to do with, like I said, it's talking about paramedic and EMS workforce sustainability, but also where we can better serve the community as far as responding, you know, is this station the perfect location? You know, we obviously respond down to Moonstone a lot. Can we move our potential response, you know, to a different location, or, you know, those are the things that I want to start evaluating. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to do with specifically to maintaining ALS services and their salaries. It has more to do with like where we can really increase our, and this gives us an opportunity to evaluate that. And that's kind of what I'm looking for, be able to
but why do
evaluate
you
where.
leave it in a strategic plan, is what I'm saying. That's something you should be doing.
It also seemed like,
It just, it supports our strategic goal of optimizing our responses.
sounds to me like, you know, talking about response time, it opens up a whole different topic here though. Because it's a topic of our location, new station, whatever. I don't know if this is at the level that, as Deborah's saying, is at that high a level in terms of forward, in terms of strategic.
Right.
At this time, and if you come up with a plan, and I think it's at your level more to come up with a plan, then gets presented to the general manager and the board.
yeah, I think.
And then I think it's up for our consideration.
Sure.
Operational.
We're ways before that, yeah, we're ways before.
Yeah,
that.
I think I agree with the board chief, is that I think you can investigate that
Yeah.
and look at, you know, how you would optimize response. If you did find that our responses could be optimized in a different location, that opens a whole other
Right.
ball of wax in terms of our funding issues. In terms of relocating the station and things like that. But I think it's something you could do as the chief, you know, and you would have our support.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to study these, so you know.
But it just as a reminder, sometimes those plans are extremely expensive. But so we're talking about like standards of coverage or plans like that, those can be in $100,000 ranges. So that's again, something that's probably a larger scale than just me doing it on my own.
So if we're talking about securing funding to meet our emergency response, as we secure that funding, then through the budgetary process, you could bring forward an agenda item that would study that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, right?
Yeah, and I just want to say one thing. Be careful to not add all those things to your basically job description here. This needs to be as general as possible so that you can do what you need to do.
We're on to, unless we have anything else,
I'm fine.
Yeah,
we're on to.
the fire guy's fine.
Yeah, listening to that conversation, it's just one last thought. Yeah, the kind of optimization study that I just heard described, that was a pretty good description of it, and that's something that Yeah, I would always expect a department manager to be capable of doing. That this is
Part of the work.
it sounds like part of the workload of any department manager.
And if it takes a budget allocation, you just come to the board and
Yeah.
ask for it. I got, it'll do the general manager, of course.
Yep. Facilities and resources, do we need to take, any type of break or keep going?
Work on this for a while.
Keep going. Yeah.
Keep going, you know.
Keep them going.
Sit here.
Okay. Core area, facilities and resources, and we have Mr. Geary here.
So glad you're here.
Good.
Yeah.
And we're sorry we're wearing you out. Yeah.
All right, first objective, define future use and funding for the Veterans Hall. Again, we just put this as continuous because as mentioned in the staff presentation and GM presentation, essentially our facilities and resources is really not funded very well. And so we're looking at funding for the Veterans Hall all the time. So a little bit of an update there is, obviously, everybody knows we got $60,000 for the tourism board. We'll be going back to them again for funding for public restrooms, which again are dilapidated and need repair, and there's no money for that. So we're gonna work with them. We've been working with 501(c)(3) groups. I've been going to their meetings monthly-ish. And they're interested, specifically Mr. Clark, which is good that he's here.
Yeah.
Has mentioned to me that the community council is in support of more money for the Veterans Hall.
Oh, yay.
I have to submit an application. They don't really want to do like the fundraising promotion piece. They want me to submit an application, which I'm gonna get ready soon, but we're kind of waiting for that window to open.
Right, we're looking just for a plan. We had a meeting a couple weeks ago. The vote was 13-0 that we would participate.
Oh, good.
Good, yeah.
We said we had the trust issue with the CSD.
Not you, you know the.
No, I don't. I'm the only person in the whole community that.
That's why you're here.
That's why it is.
This is where you're starting to tell the truth.
Yeah, right.
So I'm gonna be working on that, and part of the things that not only Mr. Clark wanted to see from his council, but other 501(c)(3)s that I've been meeting is they want to see us get some things done at the Veterans Hall. So if anybody's walked in there, all the shiplap is up. Thank you to David. They are masking and taping all over the place right now because they're gonna start painting here within a day or so. And so by the time we hit our March meeting, that will be fully painted, and you'll have the aroma of that paint in your nostrils.
Thursday.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah. The roof, we just replaced the roof above the dining hall, and that has a lifetime warranty.
Correct. It's also the kitchen.
And the kitchen.
Yeah.
The main roof was done by the same folks, and we have a warranty on that, so the main roof is good, now the dining hall is good, which would address some of those leaks that people have concerns about with donating the money for the floors. As you know, the floor is done. Once that's complete, we'll go back to the 501(c)(3) group, and look to see if there are any others besides the council that want to contribute. And those monies we're gonna start looking at for kitchen renovations, restroom renovations. What?
The deck.
Oh, and the deck outside, where President Farmer likes to hang out in the sun on our lunches. So we're looking at doing all of those things, but again, that's what we're having to do from the F&R side is because we just don't have the money.
Right.
So that's happening and occurring. So again, this is ongoing.
I just had a couple questions. I can imitate our planning commissioners. I just have a few general questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lyons.
No, help me.
Anyway, yeah, I'm just in terms of clarity, Highway 1 Tourism Alliance, Inc., is that a 501(c)(3)? It's listed under comments for seeking non-CSD funding sources. I know there's I guess the Cambria Local Advisory Board, the local tourism district, the tourism district board, right?
Right.
But is there like a nonprofit called the Highway 1 Tourism Alliance?
No, that's the tourism board.
Oh, the tourism board. So the tourism board is that one agency that gets the bed tax and,
Yeah.
it's the other one. And then just for clarity, pending funding, just a couple spaces down in the comments, pending funding from a 501(c)(3). First time I read that, I thought we were going to try to set up a 501(c)(3) for the Vets Hall, but I think it should be from private sources
Right.
generally, because they're 501(c)(3)s, there could be, and like Lions are actually 501(c)(4) or something, some other organizations. Or from, you could just say some pending funding from private and
Or non.
public sources,
non-
nonprofit and public sources or something
Yeah.
like, or private,
Yeah.
just. Cause it's not funding from us, you know, it's not out
Okay,
of our,
we want to change that
General-
language
yeah,
to pending funding from nonprofits and private sources.
Right.
or private
Private
sources.
source, or out- just outside sources.
Outside sources, good, yeah, cause it's just not, it's not out of our general fund budget,
Right.
that's the idea.
Okay.
Out of our own budget.
So we change
Yeah.
that to pending funding from nonprofits and outside sources.
Just say outside.
So outside sources, yeah, because it can include public, private, but it's not us, it's not
Right.
our tax funds.
Just.
And one more
From outside
question,
sources.
about again, right down below that, staff are working on consultants to update the CCSD fee schedule. Is that also, is that the same process that also is dealing with the capacity fees? It's all one thing, or are they two
Yeah.
separate?
So this has been awful. Awful to
Complicated
deal with.
question.
And I know,
It was like,
I've read that comment loud and clear.
you knew it was me. huh?
Yeah, I did. Initially, we were working with, Bartle and Wells,
They're gone, right?
and they're gone, because they just weren't moving on it. Then we engaged discussions with Waterworth, who was doing our long-range financial modeling, plus they were doing our Prop 218. Some of the lines got crossed where I thought, and staff thought, that they could do the fees schedule update. And then it came through that they couldn't. They could help guide us, but they weren't comfortable enough with California state law and how to align our fee schedule for whatever reason. So we just got 2 quotes to update our fee schedule, again, from a new consultant. One of them came in significantly lower than the other, so we're gonna be bringing that forward to the board to update our capacity, connection fees, and rental fees,
Right, the whole, everything,
everything.
good.
And I apologize about the delay on that. We pushed, it's kind of like the engineering calculations, we were pushing with that consultant, and then that wasn't working, and then we got to Waterworth thinking that was gonna happen, and it didn't. So,
Yeah.
So the second quarter 2026, still a good date for that?
we'll probably have to move that to third quarter,
Okay.
because I've got to get, I've got to bring that forward to the board, to get it approved and get that study done, but I think they can do it fairly quickly.
And Haley, don't send darts my way, but they all should be seek, improve, identify, rather than seeking, improving,
And review revenue base.
and review is right.
So in other words, make them
No ings.
No ink.
active verb
Yeah.
sentences. Rather than action.
And do you wanna change, where it says seek non-CCSD funding? Do you want to change that 501(c)(3) to what you had someplace else? Outside sources or something?
With,
I think she's talking right here. You're
Yeah,
talking about under
yeah.
seek non-CCSD funding sources, the comments, working with 501(c)(3)s, change that to outside sources.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because the tourism board is a government entity, county entity technically, even though locally advised, like you call
okay,
it. Mhm.
any other changes to F&R? Or not F&R, excuse me, yeah, to veterans, all topic.
yeah.
And just get the identification, I guess, of those tourism board. I don't know, is it Cambria Tourism Board? And the first.
We applied for the grant, the application actually called it the Cambria Local Advisory Board and Highway 1 Tourism.
Okay, they did call it.
Incorporated, so that was their
Okay, must be
name.
some, yeah, this never goes by that, but if that's the name.
It's called
sure-
laugh.
We shortcut the tourism work so we can understand it.
CAH. PA, laugh that.
Oh,
I love that.
Scottish,
Yes.
okay.
CTV covers all of that.
Yeah, CTV is kind of the,
Or H1TA, or
Yeah.
all, the word.
okay,
Are we
I'm ready.
Yep.
good to move on?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Cambria Skate Park Project. Second quarter 2027, in terms of full completion target date, which includes the restroom. So there's a lead time on the restroom right now of 10 to 11 months. And so we might be pushing it even for the restroom piece to be completed in the second quarter of 2027. So based on that, when we talk about full completion of the skate park, which means the skate park plus all the features, I probably would say third quarter 2027 for full project completion. And again, the restroom, even if it's delayed in terms of its construction, we can apply for temporary occupancy permits to allow porta potties for that short brief period to close the gap. If the project was to move forward and start the construction phase.
So
And
I'm sorry, I read in the FEMA thing that you cannot have a porta potty between October and April in the rainy season. Would we still be able to get an occupancy permit to do that during that time period?
I don't know.
That's an excellent
That's such a
question.
FEMA thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, exactly what's happening here at this floodplain.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to talk to the county. That's the only.
Because I was just concerned about that.
Yeah,
I mean, but the rest of the skate park can be completed and wait for the restroom. If we have the funds for it,
with counties.
with the county's approval.
Yeah,
This wouldn't be open.
yeah, we
And
get,
tough.
With a temporary operating permit,
yes.
yes.
But I mean, there's a potential that it could get built and be ready to use, and the county says you can't use it.
Yeah.
Because we're not gonna allow you to put a porta potty there. I hope that's not the case. I mean, what do you think, Tristan? I mean, will the FEMA thing jam us up? If county reads that and says you can't put a porta potty in?
I would hope not.
Well, yeah, they seem to.
Or I hope they put like another subcondition, like if you expect it to be rain like that, but we have to take the board.
It's all over town during the rainy season for construction projects.
I would think we'd be able to come up with
I would think so.
something to work out with the county, you know. If we have to close it during floods and haul the porta potty away, you know, then maybe we can work in some conditions.
We have seen the porta potty on the highway.
Yeah. Well, I've got a really good relationship with the planning commission now, so I think we might be able to work something out.
Okay, obviously, supporting actions could be a bit more granular. This is a project of a lot of interest. And we might want, the first supporting action line to be issued the RFP. Clearly, the board has already authorized that, but, giving the request for proposals is a major milestone that everyone is interested in.
We're talking about, before present
Oh, yes.
final construction.
Yeah, that would be
That was the preface
part
for
of
that, the preface for that.
What do you want to say?
The first supporting action would simply read, issue the RFP for the Cambria skate park project.
Then we'd be able to say completed.
That's right. You have one step.
Yeah, we can, yeah,
Yeah,
And we know that's a significant milestone.
so that's, you're inserting an action right after the, goal.
Yeah, she's got-
Supporting action saying,
yeah.
and then the,
Then the
in
next
the comments, there's a line from the comments, staff will present the RFP results in the second quarter. Could that go? I guess it could still go in the. I'm trying to think if there's any comment you want to make on that, or just say we're gonna,
Which one? I'm sorry.
oh, the new one that Director Thomas is talking about. Or we just require comment.
So this is a good time for an update. I just got the email from PRC. The engineering calculations are complete and have been emailed to the county for their review. And so fingers crossed that a county engineer doesn't like them and ask for more clarifications. So I got off the phone with Monty on one of our breaks, and so those are complete. He's conversing with the county, and asking them, you know, their opinion on those, trying to speed up that process. And he's hoping it won't be a full resubmittal if there's enough back and forth on email saying this is good enough, so to speak.
Yeah.
So that speeds up our timeline, which is good. So once we get those locked in, permit approved, I'll turn it over to Tim and Rattan and Tucker to start designing the RFP. So in terms of Comments? I think
Perhaps target.
I think actually, comments cover, it. I don't think we need to do supporting action. If it's in the comments.
what's that?
Oh, I don't know, do we need to do supporting action if we cover it in comments? Or what you're
Well,
saying?
just what we have now, just the
Yeah.
request for proposal,
Oh, we have that separately then.
yeah. Well, I think it would be good, because we can
Okay.
write completed then.
Yeah, you probably want a target completion date
Yeah.
on that line.
Okay.
For the issue, the RFP?
Yeah.
Correct.
The second quarter.
Second quarter.
this
That'll
year.
be second quarter, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah, you
we're
can set
already
it
in
for
the
times.
third quarter.
Yeah.
No. Now, these are fiscal quarters or are these calendar quarters?
These are calendar.
Calendar quarters, right.
No, the next line says present final construction estimate. Well, isn't that present the proposals?
Well, yeah, this is, we have presented the final construction estimates to the ad hoc committee. So that comment should be deleted, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's old news.
But we need to,
But it has
get the results
words.
of the RFP
Right.
to determine whether
Right.
the project can proceed.
Right, that's my point, I think you can.
It's kind of confusing because when it comes to, they refer to past action, final construction estimates, because the word estimates actually, they were
Yeah.
they're not they have to be in response to an RFP, right?
Right.
So I think what some of the language confusion is that I think, looking backwards, this is referencing, engineering estimates with the ad hoc.
Right.
Which aren't the final estimates.
Right.
Yeah. So there's needs to be some, word changing in either the comments and or the, supporting action.
Right.
itself.
Essentially, I think you're gonna be presenting those responsibilities.
Yeah.
To the board for approval or consideration.
So,
Well, this-
President, lowest responsible bid.
The status of funding, you always
Yes.
reserve the right to reject all bids. If you don't have enough money, you're gonna reject all bids.
So here we change that to present the lowest responsible bid. And it should be to the board.
For board consideration.
Yeah, for board.
The status of funding to determine whether a project can proceed.
Mhm.
There's not enough money, you're gonna reject all bids.
Want to get rid of status of funding?
We want to hear status. It's two numbers, so you want the numerator and the denominator, I would think, yeah.
Yeah, right now we haven't spent that much money in permitting, but there are probably some invoices coming through, so our 178 is getting dwindled down as we deal with these permitting issues.
So you want those numbers.
Right.
So we have a target number of 1.34 million, and then we're gonna have what the actual RFP comes back with, and then the board determining the status of funding. And whether the project can proceed.
So just keep status of funding.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So comments. We could just delete everything
Yeah.
above. Staff will present the RFP results in
Yeah.
second quarter of 2026.
Yeah.
Good there?
Mhm.
Okay, the next one is receive update on the status of the grant.
That's almost an ongoing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we just put in the comments, monitor status of grant until all funds are received, meaning we'll spend our money and wait for reimbursements from the grant.
And you leave it there, I mean, it just needs,
Yeah, we keep it.
you keep it.
Okay.
Nothing changes.
Anything else on the skate park?
Nope.
Okay.
That's good news. We got the engineering calculations done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to call Monty because I got it and I was like, am I reading this correctly? Then they're finished, you know? So, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, if you could just go back just a tad there, Halen. Where it says, thank you, and it says, receive update on status of grant. And I'm looking at those dates. Are those accurate?
Original date, yeah.
Original date.
Yeah. Grant was alive, but
But really, if you put a target completion date, it's. This as it's on its own is ongoing.
Yeah.
Until project completion.
Yeah, you should say ongoing, actually. There's a blank there, yeah, under updated, you might want to just ongoing. Right, you use that elsewhere. Ongoing.
Until we get all of our money back.
Right, and that's gonna be a while. Could be a while. Like,
Bye.
Okay. Board approval of community park plan. We've got that second quarter 2026. That is on the March agenda to bring forward the community park plan for adoption. The comments I think are still valid. The board of directors received and filed the community park plan. And then we'll present it to the board for potential adoption and guidance.
Can we talk about this?
Mhm. Sure.
Because we have gotten so many comments about this. From the public, from the staff, from the board members. I think you need to talk about it.
If this is gonna be a long conversation, can I have a quick break?
Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, President Farmer.
Oh, that's fine.
5 minutes?
I don't know, yeah, 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Maybe.
I had the numbers last, I told them it is.
For kids. We should move this forward so we can do something.
Maybe, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Okey dokey.
Okay, we're back. Where was I?
Bottom of the page, we're going to the,
Community park plan.
Or you were gonna say something.
Director Scott.
Well, I was gonna say.
yes.
Well, I recognize that at our last board meeting, we said that a future agenda item was going to be, board approval or, for us to at least,
Adoption, I think.
adoption of the community park. Right?
Correct.
So is it gonna be on the March agenda?
We have it scheduled for the March agenda to adopt the community park plan as well as requesting a budget adjustment, which we bumped it up to $30,000. For all the permitting and design.
Is that one agenda item?
No, two.
Oh, okay, good.
Insurance?
I'm pretty sure.
Because I think when you look at the feedback that we got, it was overwhelming. And I think we need to listen to that. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
Oh, when you say feedback is overwhelming, how many comments are we talking about?
About 80% of the comments had something about we should be focusing on safety and fire.
But this item though, doesn't really, call for any allocation of money. It's just,
No.
it's just adoption of the plans. I don't know, we,
could just
in the context, in the
change
context,
it to consideration of and have it.
Yeah, I mean-
That would be better.
of course, it might be
No,
already,
no, I mean, as worded, it's, the board will approve it or they won't.
it's just a plan.
Yeah.
It's adoption of a plan. So I don't know if this item doesn't really touch on the controversy over funding,
Right.
which is certainly there. I mean,
So do we need to add some supporting actions underneath it is what I'm saying.
probably. Well, I don't know. This is gonna happen actually, in the first quarter, if it's the next meeting. I would say that this kind of raises the issue of how we fund or how anything recreational gets funded in the future. I think that's something that probably should go in the under the next strategic goal, administration and finance, and getting back to my comment about public-private partnerships to define just exactly how these things get funded, and then i.e. Private funding. And I think that is something we can do as a new objective in under the last strategic goal, and leave this the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so there's some comments, because that's the hard part, from a staff level, and you saw the comments both publicly and from a staff level is, and I tried to sneak it in there at the last meeting to see if we could get a discussion about, direction on where we want to go, establishing a maintenance fund. Because when we face this at a staff level, especially when I look over at David, I don't know how we can continue. I know there's been discussions at the pros level in terms of volunteer work, but the reality of maintenance in this district, the buck stops with David and his crews. And so from a staff level, we don't know how we're going to continue to add services and responsibilities and maintenance without a defined way to fund it. So what you just mentioned, Director Gray, is there somewhere we can put in an objective that says that we're not going to do these things unless we identify the funding source or non-CCSD funding source?
Yeah, and it's not just about the park, it's about everything. So it's a more general issue. I think it goes beyond facilities and resources.
Right.
Really. So I would say, this one to me is not itself a controversial point. I mean, I think we do have to take it up though, put it in the meeting.
Right.
But that doesn't apply to everything on facilities and resources, for example.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
The distinction that was brought up earlier between imperative, safety sensitive, and things that are discretionary. Community park is discretionary. The vegetation management plan for CCSD owned parcels, AKA let's not burn the town down, is not discretionary. Relocate rodeo grounds facilities. Will we ever have a flood again? That's not, so those are not discretionary, but yes, community park is. And, you know, I wonder, you bring up the kind of like the third elephant in the room. This is, you know, the comments about dissolving the district's powers of Parks and Recreation. You know, that issue was raised, and I don't know, one of the analogies I think of, Matt, your kids, my son, similar age, he's a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, his kids, I mean, academics is top priority, mandatory, got to do your homework. Does that mean that they don't go out and play? I mean, they're involved in so many sports, gymnastics, swimming, all these things that are essential to, character development, a well-rounded youth, basketball. In your case, I mean, it's in Cambria, water, sewer, fire protection. That's getting the homework done. That's the core. Absolutely, it'll always be the priority. But it will always be, that the Parks and Recreation will always be a core part of what makes a community vibrant. So would it be of benefit to this community to give the powers for Parks and Rec back to someone who doesn't give a flying fish about Cambria? It's probably not in anyone's best interest to do so. Local control of Parks and Rec is essential. Now, that doesn't mean that money grows out of trees. So yeah, I think the point Director Gray made, I think we should have a line under there, in there. The supporting action is funding plan for community park. If the plan is approved, put pros to work, put the pros community to work. Find us the money, put up or shut up. We've got to come up with the money for the development and for maintenance. And I never failed to be amazed at this community's resilience to support things that are worth funding. One of those public comments about this being a retirement community. Well, sure, I'm retired. There's a lot of us who are retired, but there is not everyone in Cambria is retired. Don't insult those who live here, are raising kids and have kids in school, and it's not just a retirement. So I'm simply saying that, yeah, I'm pleased to hear the conversation is at the upcoming meeting, the discussion about the community park plan, as opposed to what I haven't heard is instructing the general manager to initiate proceedings to dissolve our Parks and Recreation powers. And I'm glad we're not doing that.
But I'm just saying that on this particular item, I don't think we needed it. I mean, we're just talking about board approval of community park plan. I think to add funding to it is again to sort of
okay.
It's jumping ahead. Yeah, I do think that the question of the future of our Parks and Recreation mandate or our activities needs to be investigated. I think we have a separate objective about that someplace. I don't know what you do. Do we direct the have an ad hoc or whatever? But it's an issue. It's a genuine issue. I think what we might find out is that the county does not want to take it over. They dumped on us essentially a long time ago. And so they've had their opportunity. And so I don't know exactly what would happen, except perhaps way out there at the, in sort of the bigger picture, LAFCO land, there's a potential for having a separate recreation parks district that covers this whole region and stuff like that. That's done elsewhere. But maybe looking at, it's good, but this somehow to me it goes into funding, more of the funding issue, the revenue model. You know, there needs to be new revenue. If there's gonna be parks and recreation here that is controlled locally, one, it doesn't have, in theory, it doesn't have to be controlled just by us. It can be like a district that it covers the same geography as, say, the healthcare district. And it doesn't have to be, you know, it can be a, you know, public funds, but it would have to be raised somewhere. It can't come out of our general fund. So that big issue, maybe we should have a objective to study that, you know, funding options, different funding options for park and recreation, which would ultimately put it out of our hands. I mean, I don't think it would go to the county. The county doesn't want it.
No, I agree on all this, and I think, you know, while can be alarming to hear from a staff level saying what's the best parks rec and open space, because nobody wants to hear that. And I personally, I don't want that, from my perspective. But I do see the legitimate funding issues we have, and it's almost like staff is looking for direction from the board to say, what do you want to do? You know, do you want to keep going down the road of developing the community park, staff time and financial commitment, maintenance issues? Or is there a directive from the board that can more clearly say, we're not gonna do any of this, like the model with the skate park is, this is as much as we gave, which was 178K. Everything else has to be covered through other sources. And that directive was clear, which holding to that directive has been hard and publicly hard. As we venture into community park discussions, and we're not saying that's the same model, it's difficult for staff trying to figure out how we're gonna balance that and balance the future. Then we're also in the same breath leading with FFRP saying we're not gonna be able to do this either.
Right.
You know, so we're telling people on multiple fronts that we can't do things. And then there is coming forward with budget adjustments to start spending money that we're already telling another group that we don't have. So from a staff level perspective, it gets, and I feel their frustration because we're saying different things at different times. You know, I'm sure the skate park would have loved to have $30,000 less to raise.
Yeah.
But we're talking about $30,000 budget adjustment.
Yeah.
You know, and then we're talking about staff time and maintenance. So it just doesn't seem in sync with the three different major areas we have in terms of parks, rec, and open space. You know, we have the ranch, we have the skate park, and then we have the community park. And they all want a piece of the pie that we don't have.
Well, I think one of the reasons that that it keeps entering my head is because of our ad hoc. And the discussions in the ad hoc are, there is no money. So that's why I wanted to talk about this. I would just recommend board consideration of community
I
project.
would just go ahead with that for now.
Yeah.
Because I think once we see the board approves the community park plan, then we could do something similar when we're talking about looking for outside sources
Right.
for funding for the community park plan. And I don't know if you want to put that on there underneath or wait until after.
I'd wait. Yeah.
Okay.
This could become this sounds like it'd be, if there's a new objective, would kind of grow out of some actions we're gonna be taking rather than being in this right here now. I think we're a little premature to make it an objective.
And when we do our 6-month updates, we can add
Yeah.
a supporting action, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's good. Let's just move on.
One thing I haven't heard discussed, and I don't have a time capsule, but it'd be interesting to go back in time to when the property tax allocations were established decades ago. Looked up, apparently it's a state process for defining property tax allocations. But once upon a time, this district was established with set of powers that it has, and that property tax allocation was made in consideration that this district has fire protection, parks and recreation, veterans home. So those property tax allocations were made in consideration of the full set of powers that it has. If you take one of those powers out, whatever governing authority sets property tax allocations would say, well, let's look back. And at some point, there was some consideration of a property tax allocation for that power. We just don't know what it is. So we give that up. I mean, there was no doubt, some intent, right from the very start for some support. It has to be small because the priority is small. But it's the old, we have built the walk and chew gum.
But see,
I
that-
think
The district was formed in what,
76, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Before Prop
Prop
2.
218 was in 1978,
Okay,
and so the world changed in terms of
Yeah.
the availability of property taxes and the way.
absolutely,
So
yeah, yeah,
But I
but
think-
nonetheless, what I said, it remains.
I think David is probably the expert in this, because my recollection is when the property taxes were allocated after Prop 13 or sometime after, it was based on kind of what they already it was already there. In other words, what they were getting as a percentage of the total property tax in the county, for instance, kind of was their allocation. It wasn't based on any sort of, description of their mandates, it's just the slice they were getting, they continued to get, I think. It goes way back, we're talking about right after Prop 13. I don't know if you remember that, but,
Yeah.
That was in the eighties.
well, early, yes, 78 was Prop 13.
Yeah.
78 was Prop 13, the district was formed in 76, so what was contemplated in 76 when it came to property taxes and funding changed just a couple of years later.
Yeah, so I don't know, I think we should just move on.
But I just wanted to give, no, you can get that point, right?
Yeah.
Well, but that's why when we get to our next section.
Yep.
When we look at what, I mean, we're always looking at where are we gonna get more money or where are we gonna not be able to spend as much as we're spending. That is in that area rather than here.
I think we should, want to just move on now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The other stuff here is.
I just want to add one thing, if you don't mind, and I'm sitting here and my mind's going and somebody else says, oh, that's what you were thinking, Harry. So I need to speak more. I just want to briefly address what Director Scott brought up earlier about what we heard from people not wanting to spend, district funds, so to speak, on a community park. Just because we got a few statements opposing that, that doesn't mean that there aren't people out there in the community that favor developing a community park. But they're just not stating it for various reasons. And I feel as if we, as this community, need to have a community park in addition to Shamble Park, which is obviously a county situation. But I feel for the well-being of this community and the fact that this was set aside as a community park many, many years ago, that we need to pursue this direction and somehow find some alternative funding. There's a couple of organizations have already stepped forward to provide for private funding for a couple of the items that we have in the community park, and we should pursue that direction. And without using staff time, since I know you brought that up, Matt, that somehow in some fashion, pursuing private funding for the community park needs to take place. And that's my feeling.
No, I was absolutely agree as a farmer, and again, I think that's what staff is trying to get. Direction from the board in some form or fashion, whether it's a resolution, whether it's a strategic goal, whatever it is that establishes, whatever we do moving forward in these unfunded areas comes with some sort of funding mechanism, which I think we know has to come from a private funder, 501c3 private group. Because if it doesn't, whatever funding and staff time comes from the general fund, which affects a lot of those fire protection issues that we've talked about, during today's meeting and through public comment. So it's just this weird situation we're in from a staff level, is that moving any of these projects forwards without a defined funding mechanism is problematic. Yet we haven't defined it, other than to verbally talk about, private sources. So, like I tried to bring it forward in the last meeting to say, establish a maintenance fund target, try to get it on paper, so there's something that that the community can work towards in terms of this. And then I know that there's the adoption of the plan, so we at least know the plan is there, and that's what, would guide the potential cost of this.
Do we know how much it would cost us just to get the permits and say we're ready? What is that investment? Then you can go out and get any idea, that you're talking about 30,000 for this site. After that, how much will be needed, do we know?
I mean, we've got some we've got some high level, basically $25,000 or $30,000 will get us some of the preliminary designs and the permitting started for the park.
Right.
But then when we talk about what, if we adopt the plan as a whole, you know, we've got disc golf
Right.
sort of covered, you know, from the community council. But the playground equipment could be $200,000.
Of course, referring to, just say. Go. Get the plan, but do nothing. If the district says. You can do the disc golf, now these are the requirements, you gotta put it in. How much more do we have to spend to make it go?
Yeah, I guess we don't really know until. The adoption of the plan is just an adoption of a plan. It doesn't fund anything. So the question of funding comes next.
Right.
I think the answer to this question is the 30 grand.
He said 30 grand, yeah, with no more funding, the districts are bringing 30.
With 30 grand, we will have built nothing.
Right.
But we'll have
Approval, where your approval, we can then come to the.
and a rough estimate of the overall.
Right. But come back to the board and say, we now would like to do the disc golf, which we came back, was 3-4 years ago. We presented a plan. And he said, yes, we've got the money. How much more do you have to spend before you give us the word to go? We have.
For just the disc golf?
For everything. You get the whole master plan and then because you got the lions out there waiting to do the pavilion or whatever.
We'll be talking about that next week, won't we? We're talking about that next week, won't we?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so I think that'll come up.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
It's on long range, just like, that's something we're doing right now.
If I could add one more thing, if a community of this size can come up with $160,000 to redo lawn bowling court, if a community of this size can come up with enough money to have a pickleball court, somehow we can come up with enough money to have a community park. And maybe it's because those two places that I just referenced have a different clientele, so to speak, than the community park. For that very reason alone, we need a community park. I don't know if that makes any sense. It makes sense to me.
Makes sense.
And that's how I feel.
And maintenance has to be considered
Yes.
too, because our F&R department is slowly losing staff. And once there's a park in place, we're talking about more weed eating, more mowing, all of those things. And I don't know how much of that a volunteer can do, because don't we have liability issues to stop this? They can't use machinery. No, they can't use machinery out there, so.
Yeah.
So that'll be an issue too, when it comes to approving projects, is what will be involved for the maintenance for that project. Not just, hey, we need to replace chains on a disc golf goalie thing, but the groundwork that F&R normally does has to increase for the safety of the public.
I can just tell you by the look on David's face.
See David's face,
And-
trying to cover what he has to do. Yeah.
You'll, even with the maintenance on fund for the skate park, I know David's gonna get worked. Yeah, just trying to maintain the skate park.
Yeah.
Add that to his ability to maintain the veterans hall, the district offices. Then when we add the community park in and FFRP, and he's losing staff, and we've already talked about that,
Right.
some of those positions are gonna be eliminated. We're going to have maintenance problems.
That's why I brought that up. That's because I'm concerned about that.
And that would take significant funding to offset, you know, whether that's, and we've talked about it with FFRP in terms of potentially funding positions. And I think when we look at the maintenance fund, it's just the maintenance of the facility itself, but can some of those monies go towards the staffing aspect? Because there's just only so much general fund pie, and we're trying to prioritize fire protection, which means some of that's coming from facilities and resources. Their budget's gonna get smaller this year. And the fire department is gonna get a little bit larger. So we're talking about a smaller F&R budget while also adding more maintenance and other projects.
I think we're not, are we kind of agreed though that just keeping board approval of the community park plan and nothing else?
Consideration.
Consideration of community park plan, yeah. Consideration. Okay,
Speaking of fire, does anybody else smell smoke?
Nice.
Moving on.
Nice. Kind of barbecue.
I don't. Chief, do you have any alerts for
Fire.
control burns or anything like that? I'm sorry, say that. No control burns going on in the district or pile burns?
We smell fire.
Yeah, we smell smoke.
But it's not,
No, not that, no,
Sounds like cooking.
not that I'm aware of.
Are they barbecuing?
Especially.
we should be doing.
Are they barbecuing out there?
They might be, I guess I can check this out, but.
I think it's, yeah. Anyway.
We're good to move.
Yeah,
on.
we're good.
Look at them, this is like triggers. Okay. That smells like a trigger. It's not a barbecue.
Develop a vegetation management plan aimed at fire and forest health for CCSD owned undeveloped parcels. We put fourth quarter 2026. I have. Jason, Director Drew.
I'll go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
In our comments, we're working with Otten Resource Consulting, ARC, and Fire Safe Council for funding. We talk about developing an evaluation plan for divestiture of some CCSD undeveloped parcels. We've had long conversations with District Council and Mr. Hirsch. And it's just not financially feasible.
Should we eliminate that?
Just strike that, I think, because I know it's not feasible, because no one would buy them or want them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're all limited.
I was thinking about that the other night, and what if someone came to you and said, darn it, I would like to buy that parcel. Right, somebody says, CCSD parcel right next to my house. Sure would like to buy that. What is it gonna cost you to go through the squirrel cage to sell it to me?
I was asked that question 2 or 3 weeks ago. Someone wanted to buy one of our CCSD owned parcels that I believe was land conserved. I don't remember. But essentially Tim said it's possible, but we would have to charge them all of the legal fees and all of the different steps that we would have to go through, because basically we wouldn't be able to, we didn't want to pay Tim to do it.
Did you give them a number? Did we figure out just a rough 100 grand, 50 grand, 20 grand?
Isn't that rule, there's also a rule, everything has to go out to,
Of course.
it's parcels of, like, really small parcels now have to go to this process of being bid out to all the potential buyers in affordable housing.
Low income.
Yeah, low income housing, so it's just.
It's a whole process.
Prohibitive,
Yeah. And it's, and essentially what, after talking to Tim, is just like, is this really what you want to dedicate your time to right now?
Cheaper than hang on to them and
Yeah.
maintain the basic. I would just say.
It's not fair whether it's truly DOA or.
It's not DOA, it's just the amount of effort, time and resources that you have to put in just to selling one, and that's, we talk about getting, and again, if the property owner themselves wanted to pay for that process, I'm sure there's something we can work out, but I don't know what Tim's bandwidth is to see how many of those he wants to deal with trying to sell for us, even if someone else is paying for it.
You'd have to do things like under the Surplus Lands Act,
Right.
make a finding of exemption, which there's time preparing the documents. The board would have to adopt a resolution, which has to be submitted to HCD for their review. I mean, there's a whole, even though you can't build anything on it, you would still have to go through some hoops just on that issue alone.
I think we should strike this.
I think you strike, it's not an objective, we can't really add a target date or anything like that to it.
It was like a year and a half just to buy that parcel from you before we put the jail in on Center Street. That was a year and a half.
I just
Yeah.
David, just out of curiosity, and maybe I'm just showing my serious ignorance here, but if somebody offers, let's say, to buy a parcel that we own, why don't we just give it to them with the understanding that they'll maintain it? And therefore, it's out of our hands to have to maintain it. Somebody else will do it. We still have to comply with the requirements of the Surplus Lands Act, even though the determination likely would be that it's exempt from the process where we have to offer it to entities for affordable housing because of the deed restrictions on it. If it doesn't have a deed restriction, then you have other issues in terms of having to offer it for affordable housing, unless there's another exemption that applies, and there's a statute that has a bunch of exemptions you have to go through. We went through that process
with the Historical Society.
Yeah, right.
And made a determination, we had support from the county planning department, which we then used as a basis for the determination that was exempt, and there have been other amendments. The Surplus Land Act, as I recall, where you have to submit those determinations, again, the board would have to adopt a resolution, that would have to be drafted, bunch of steps. And then HCD reviews it. We just did something similar with Cayucas, with the marine mammal group. There's been some articles about how they're looking at leasing some property from Cayucas for their facility. Same thing, there's a resolution that is going to be considered or has been considered. I don't know, I wrote it, but I lose track of it because I'm just little bits and pieces of things, but there's a process. And the process like that, it takes time and effort and some cost.
Yes, that's why you're our legal counsel, David. Thank you so much.
Okay. Under that, supporting action is develop a vegetation management plan for Fern Canyon. We're basically saying the same thing in terms of resource consultant. I mean, the problem from a staff perspective is it's so hard to manage this, our lots as it is, which is why we initially started talking about a way to sell them off. Is developing a vegetation management plan is difficult because our F&R department is shrinking. We're fortunate enough to be working with ARC and getting some of the funding from the Fire Safe Council, but that's gonna run out in a year or so. And then we're back to how are we gonna fund just plain weed abatement, So I struggle with this one a little bit, but I'm happy to let the board discuss it.
Fern Canyon,
Both,
from my view, I think we could delete the first one and keep the vegetation, keep the Fern Canyon one, because we at least have someone we're working with on that.
Yeah.
Process, and just stick with that. Anything else?
So it says CCSD on undeveloped parcels. Do we need to leave the undeveloped parcels in there?
Just in case.
Just in case.
Maybe some others who can do that. On research, on resource consulting deal for, if we can, if the Fern Canyon one is a template maybe for future ones, we don't know at this point.
So I'm sorry, what do we?
Oh, and then we just keep, just delete, I think to me, you simply delete the development evaluation plan for divestiture.
So we got that deleted.
Yeah, and just keep the Fern Canyon one there and just stick with that.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. Rodeo grounds.
Relocation of the Rodeo Grounds facility. We're gonna,
Anything new there?
nothing new, just gonna keep pushing it off until we can figure out eventually someday how to fund it, whether that's through grants or, we did update our hazard mitigation plan that includes a lot of these mitigation issues. And, FEMA does have grants that we can start targeting now that it's a part of our hazard mitigation plan. They take a look at that saying, okay, well, in your mitigation plan, can you show us some of your district vulnerabilities? And we might be able to work with FEMA at some point to get funding for that.
Yeah.
But that type of relocation, again, is general fund monies that, we just don't have. We'll look at engineering estimates and look at obtaining funding. I honestly think that those dates are going to continue to be pushed out, while we work on some of our general fund issues, money issues. Or unless we land a grant. But I'm okay leaving them where they are now.
I'm okay too.
Yeah, me too.
Public restrooms. Potentially, if I was able to go to the tourism board and get some funding, we potentially could hit that mark of fourth quarter 2026. So I just kind of left that. I'm hoping that, I can show the tourism board what we've done with the Veterans Hall. We can give them a tour of that. And this one is a little more direct line to the tourism, money in terms of, visitor service. Yeah, tourists use those restrooms. And so, and I'm sure a lot of these businesses are tired of being asked to get their restrooms used, so I think I have a good shot of going back to them for.
Do you want to put in there that you're working with them? The tourism for
Operational.
I could say we'll go ask, I don't wanna highlight it to them
Okay.
just yet, you know, I wanna pitch it to them, you know? I don't want them saying that I said they were gonna give me money.
seek outside funding?
Yeah,
Do
Well,
you have a estimate? You're talking about the two restrooms in the vet home?
No.
no, the ones that are out in
Oh,
the
the other one.
East Village, West Village, yeah.
yeah.
You got too many restrooms.
Yeah.
The supporting action just says remodel, so you could have one or two lines above that, you know. Cost estimate. Funding plan. And then with a. If you want some more granularity.
Well, you could also, yeah, remodel public restrooms is the objective, then cost estimate and funding.
Yeah.
Cost estimate and funding being the support, and then remodel public restrooms being the objective.
Yeah.
The cost will be here in 2 months. Already have James and Berkeley coming
Oh,
out
great.
now.
Okay.
Because I first started with them in the kitchen, the dining hall ceiling, the 2 bathrooms in the vet hall, and also the fireside room. So they're giving me estimates by the end of this week. They were supposed to do it last week. And then we're gonna be showing up and walking through the public bathrooms.
Oh, great.
Very good.
So those are things that were, you know, the main concerns that I have is the areas that we've been hitting pretty hard.
Sounds good then.
So what's the supporting action for?
Oh, the supporting action is obtain cost estimates and funding.
That one line or two.
Did one line.
Yeah.
Cost estimates are already gonna be there, so.
I think it'd be a good idea to approach the tourism board and say, you spend a lot of money to make sure that people come here. You should spend a little bit of money to make sure that when they get here, they can use a nice restroom, since everybody uses a restroom.
Right. That was the pitch that we used with the skate park, and we were able to obtain the funding for the restroom.
Okay.
Nothing more there, on to administration and finance.
Home stretch.
Yes.
Final home stretch.
Home stretch. First objective, explore the opportunities related to the dissolution of San Simeon CSD. We're currently working on that. We'll probably move the target completion date to, I'll say Q4 2026.
Okay.
Because we still need to get the feasibility study back for the board to review, San Simeon's board to review. We're looking for stakeholder comments on the draft that's gonna come through. So a lot of that will need to be evaluated, and then, you know, ultimately the county is gonna decide which direction they wanna go in terms of relocating their wastewater plant, building a new one essentially, or if they want to enter into some sort of agreement where they're gonna pay for the wastewater to be, connected to us and we'll treat it. We also did a flow and load study with MKN to look at the I&I issue and what things would need to be done with our plant to handle the I&I and San Simeon's I&I. So that's gonna be a part of this feasibility study and some of the things that need to be funded long range. And again, all of that would have to be considered by the board.
So Q4 2026?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would change that supporting action that says contact the county of SLO and providing just to work with them.
Work with, yeah,
Yeah.
we're obviously doing that.
Yeah,
We're well past contacting.
Right.
And then the comments are still valid there. And we talked about earlier in the wastewater piece, we talked a little bit about the brine disposal. But there is, coordination here as a part of this, getting access to the outfall, but I don't think that's necessarily needs to go in here.
This looks fine.
There's no other comments there. Investigate the revenue model of the general fund. That's just continuous for us. And I mean, we've talked a lot about it today, if we're gonna be honest, between what we're prioritizing and what we can do and can do. The supporting action of bring agenda item to discuss alternatives.
I would just get rid of, I would just put discuss alternatives.
Well, there has been action involved, not just discussing it, some kind of
Well,
target.
and so,
Target. There we talked also alternatives, you're talking about general fund revenue alternatives or this issue we're talking about with revenue for things that are outside of fire, water and wastewater, i.e. recreation. Are we talking, is that coming, is that in this basket or is it a different topic?
But this is, I think this is the first time we've reviewed it since we added this.
Correct.
Correct, and so I'm trying to remember initially what our discussions were during the strategic planning process. But my thought was is that this really has to do with how we're addressing general fund monies, you know, and where we're dividing them up, how we're allocating, you know, what percentage is being allocated where in terms of the general fund.
So I would suggest on the objective, say, investigate both revenue and allocations in the general fund. Revenue and allocations in the general fund, and there's having on both sides. And then bring an agenda. I mean, I think an agenda item to discuss alternatives would be appropriate for that. If we're going to cover that, we're going to bring up this issue of the Parks and Rec budget. And not just address through the budgetary process, but I don't know what you want to say in that comment line.
Well, I mean, maybe this is that
This is that.
time.
Yeah.
You know, where we're gonna get direction from the board on what policy practice we want.
Public-private partnerships and things like that. I don't have, you don't want to get a lot of detail about the comments. This is, I think this is where we kind of, this opens the door to that discussion.
You know, because when we look at it, bring an agenda item to the board to discuss alternatives, essentially that's our budgeting document where we've started, you know, moving some property taxes around and trying to restore what the fire department lost, you know, in terms of some revenues back in 2005, 2006. There's really no other way to move it other than what we've talked about, which is slowly through attrition, eliminating maintenance technician positions, working with the FFRP for potential funding to pick up some of the slack, so to speak. But if there's another supporting action or another agenda item that you would like us to bring forward in terms of how we want to decide how we're going to handle additional recreation wants and needs of the community.
Well, I just don't like that the supportive action is bring agenda item to discuss alternative. I mean, I think it should be more specific to board consideration of.
Discuss and consider alternatives, but also talking about
Other
I'm sorry,
sources of funds.
Huh?
And other sources of funding.
Yeah,
alternative sources of funding.
Yeah.
Yeah, alternative sources of funding.
yeah, and not say bring agenda item, but board consideration, because that, the only way to do that is to bring an agenda item.
So I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
So discuss and consider alternative.
Revenue sources,
Okay,
that,
Discuss the revenue source and possible alternatives.
Discussing center, no, that's right, the way that you have it right now, it says it. And then whatever, I mean, what other specific kind of things, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say this word, I mean, maybe. You know, I mean,
Can I say something? Rob?
yes, please.
So I feel like this is just a really short conversation, aside from, maybe developing 501c3s that can help with the community park and, like we have with the skate park and the construction aspect of things. When we're talking about the revenue model of the general fund, I feel like we have property taxes, or we can go for benefit assessments. Like,
the taxes.
Or-
Partial taxes, yeah.
Keep in mind, benefit assessments.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying, it's a pretty short.
We have to have an engineer's study which shows the benefits, not a flat rate that applies to all the parcels in the district or anything like that. And it's a majority, it's a ballot measure among those who are assessed. And it's a weighted ballot, so that those that pay more have more say in terms of the ability to vote no. So the way, it was, the law has been structured in Prop 218 in terms of assessment districts is basically designed to make it very difficult to approve an assessment district.
It's a hard hill to climb.
Yeah, so we have our property taxes that, and then any grant revenue, but again, grants are usually for specific things, such as buying the fire engine or buying, or maybe construction of a community park. So I feel like this is maybe more a conversation of allocation of the general fund resources, because our pie is what it is. And our current benefit assessment for fire is, it goes there, we can't mess, that is where it goes. So all we have is this, $3 million of property taxes, and how do we allocate it is really, so and I guess just because I'm the staff that would be managing this item, it's like to bring forward, to have it so formalized of like bring ideas to the board, there's not a lot to discuss besides the allocation of what we have.
Well, there is one other thing, and that is opening the wait list.
And again, that's not general fund,
That's
though.
not so much general funds, but,
That's
are we
enterprise.
talking about something that, to take it off?
I would agree with you on that as far as
Yeah.
getting revenue for water and wastewater,
Yeah.
that's not general fund.
Right.
Matthew was on this call with the consultant, we were talking about the fees, but there was the possibility of like a parks impact fee. For new, again,
Parks
only applies for new development, and the same thing for the fire impact fee. That would go towards the maintenance and upgrading of parks facilities and fire facilities respectively,
For new, like,
for new developments.
like opening the wait.
Right, that would go in conjunction with opening the wait list, but it would be a revenue model we could explore.
I mean, like,
I'm sorry, when we get there.
I just think that we had public opinions that said, you guys haven't even talked about this. I mean, maybe we need to say, if we get a new source of water, then that's a possibility. I don't know, I
It's
just think.
not just the source of water too, but the majority of the population right now is in the area that has that very limited evacuation route. And the majority of the waitlist parcels are in that area that has the limited evacuation route. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not just to do source of water, it's how the heck are we gonna get those people out if we have a fire?
Well, but one of them is you do 3 wait lists a year. That's not gonna impact evacuation. I mean, I'm just saying that it's out there.
And also, and Mr. Hirsch, maybe you know this, but is opening the wait list our decision, the board's decision in total, or are there other agencies that have
There's some
discretion?
standards in terms of having augmented your water supply.
Yeah.
And the water code that we don't have to meet.
Mhm.
That was articulated in a memo that was written in 2011. And it was, they got a lot of play back then. But beyond that, the county controls growth.
Mhm.
And so there's that aspect of it right now. Cambria has 0 growth in the county's growth management.
And so that would have to change as well.
And that changed too, so it's complicated.
And
I was just-
the existing commitments come ahead of the wait list.
That's
I
like
checked with Tim with that this morning.
1136.
Yeah.
There would be revenue from that. I mean,
Yeah, if we do
when we
the
get our
existing
fees,
commitment.
especially if we get our fees,
We get our-
but I think it's so complicated. I think and I don't want to get the staff all tied up in this. Maybe, I think we're looking at an ad hoc committee to organize the effort and spearhead it and define it a little bit, and come back with a report. I mean, it's just one suggestion I'd have.
Yeah, I was looking
Did
at,
that?
I was-
And that was when
We
we were
did it
looking at
at-
incorporation.
We did that at an ad hoc of the finance committee.
Mhm.
This would be board ad hoc, I
Okay,
think. And I don't know if I'm, it'd be have a little more, it'd be higher level.
okay.
something I was thinking about in terms of the supporting action that maybe can tie into the ad hoc. What we're really talking about here is alternative revenue sources for facilities, resources, parks, rec, and open space. So couldn't we just add that to supporting action? That we're discussing and considering alternative revenue sources for that one area?
And for fire too, I think.
Sure.
For fire as well, yeah.
Well, we have the FFRP ad hocs. So Who knows what might come out of that?
Because this is where I feel like this is starts to form the direction of what
Right.
staff's looking for is essentially saying we can't afford to do these things. So we need to find alternative sources to do them. And then that just hasn't explicitly been said or codified yet, which, you know,
It's just,
which kind of tells the public who want those things.
Right.
We can't do them until the board
Right.
identifies the funding sources.
Right.
And so that's the thing I guess I've been trying to get all of us to say is we can't do much of any of it until we identify those alternative funding sources, which sounds like it needs to be outside private sources.
So can we make the supporting action is to form an ad hoc committee to research alternative funding resources?
that sounds perfect to me.
Yeah, I think that's good.
But do we want to add in for those areas that we can't fund?
It's for general fund. First of all, it's general fund.
Right.
So it's, yes. Alternative revenues, but I don't know, because it kind of goes without saying, general fund is now all of us, has demands on it to see the resources now. So it's kind of, it's also the fire, they have, there are things they need to do that aren't funded, so maybe I wouldn't limit it to Parks and Recreation, yeah.
Yeah, in
So it's
general.
part of it, yeah. I would make the pie bigger somehow, without
Well, I would just
incorporating.
explore or certainly establish.
Let's do a special, let's find the second part.
Yeah.
Establish a board ad hoc.
Yeah.
So where it says discuss, I believe it's establish an ad hoc.
The board ad hoc.
Board ad hoc to discuss and consider.
Or to investigate, because they don't do the board,
Yeah.
discuss and consider, to investigate and report back to the board on alternative funding sources.
These are two separate lines.
Yeah. Well, yes, and,
The second line would be the board discussion.
yeah,
Alternative funding sources.
Yes.
General fund.
General fund.
interesting.
Yeah, I just think that
Alternative
We need
funding,
to
general
bring
fund
that-
sources.
so that we're really talking about it.
You're talking something beyond.
No, I don't think so.
Is that it?
I think we're probably gonna get started.
Yeah.
General
Or the ad hoc.
Yes.
Go-tos, I guess, yeah, that's all right, there you go. Seems clean,
Board, okay.
Of course, it's up to.
Board ad hoc.
The president, yes, exactly.
Internal funding
well, let's,
for the general
have some
fund.
time to decide that, yeah.
We should know it.
We're doing it right now.
But I might have one.
Okay, anything else
No,
on
no, this report back.
the revenue model? Anything else here?
Do we need to take out address through the budgetary process?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what about the date?
Waterwork. Down the road.
Third quarter gives the board time to establish an
Third
ad
quarter. Yeah, I think so. Waterwork.
We good there? Anything in the comments that you would want?
You should change this to.
Just don't have address to the budget, get rid of address to the budgetary.
Yeah, we lined that out.
Yeah, you got that already.
Should
Let me
be
double check this. Move along.
more.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And the next one is up to you guys to retain your staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna,
I kind of feel like
Yes.
it's weird that they have it in the strategic plan.
yeah, I'm open. I thought about this and kind of open to removing it.
Yeah, it's kind of your, it's kind of your job.
It's your job anyway.
Yeah,
Not right.
it's kind of self,
You're doing it. I'm sure you're doing.
yeah.
It's a good idea, but yeah.
And then the other one.
The best way to retain staff is keep Matt.
Yeah.
Well, the framework for long-term financial planning, but the one down below it looks like something else. It looks like you're doing that one too, the project management principles.
Yeah, I mean, so,
So it's ongoing
Well,
kind
we did that based on all the input from the public last.
yeah.
yeah, and I think a lot of that stemmed from the fact that projects were stalled and delayed.
Right.
So as we've seen the different iterations and changes to the strategic plan, now that things are coming off the plate,
Yeah,
the need for a isolated project manager, whether that's contracted or hired within the district, I think has lessened a bit.
Yeah.
We did do that with Obviously the Stewart Street tanks, the SST project kind of had one incorporated into it and, Tony Artho also is playing part of that project management role. The only, I mean, we'll see something similar to the affluent line, if and when we're able to fund that, move it forward. I think we would do the same thing we did with the Stewart Street tanks, which will cost us. But I think that's been a worthwhile investment, as we noted earlier. There's potential to do that with the skate park, you know, potentially have some type of a small project manager for that. Because we talked about how Jim and Tristan get pulled away from utilities projects and sucked into, you know, these other general fund projects. So there might be some project management, you know, item with that probably wouldn't be nearly as expensive as Stewart Street tanks.
Okay, so I want to keep that.
I mean, I think the public wants to see it, and I think we could be vague enough to say, you know, we're trying to incorporate it into, you know, what remaining projects we do have left.
I think that's part of running lean. There are times that you need to bring on experts and help. If you're gonna run lean,
Yeah.
you have to say, we have to get the experts in.
Yeah.
And the engaging MKN was a huge step in moving this forward for major projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, is there an opportunity to build some level of internal staff project management competence? Is there some opportunity there?
We've talked about it from, you know, from a staff level,
Yes.
maybe potentially all of us going to a project management workshop. You know, there's professional development classes that would help us in that area. And I think Tristan does some of that project management to a certain extent on a lower level, but when we're running as lean as we are, we just can't be everywhere, you know, with all these different projects. You know, I mean, the amount of stuff that we throw at Tristan and even Eric, which is a union employee, which I almost feel like I want to convert him to a management employee. I mean, he's operating at such a high level that is helping literally Jim, Tristan, and Eric manage a district right now that has several projects going on simultaneously. You know, and one of those was the permitting of the WRF, which was a huge lift. So as I think some of these things start to fall off our plate, Sewer Street takes done in August, completed in August, SST completed in August. So that's off the plate. And then we can start looking at the affluent line.
Well, and in terms of, I mean, I agree, and like, we could, and of course, like Tristan could do professional development and project management. I wholeheartedly agree, he's already using project, I mean, he is a project manager, and as well as Jim and Eric. But additional trainings, but what we're seeing with the
Pollination.
cross funding of general fund money, general fund projects and enterprise, that would be, I would think, having Matt and myself and Ms. Dodson maybe do training in project management. So we could incorporate project management, maybe take, when it is a general fund project, take some of that weight off of the enterprise, but then that's putting additional responsibility on us to add to our job duties. And I don't know if, and like just running lean, I mean, these are the decisions we have. It's like, I think, yes, we could all go to project management and probably learn some of the principles. I've been exposed to them before, but when we're running this lean, it's like actually taking that on. Some of the bigger projects requires quite a time commitment for like an actual project manager, and that's where hiring a consultant to do it for a bigger project. But I mean, you know, smaller maintenance and repair projects, I mean, as well as, I mean, David also does project management. So we could always do professional development meetings to, you know,
So I think
skills.
You know, I was thinking the same thing. You watch David's staff at work, and these are smart folks. And with just a little bit of budget management tools, I'd be surprised. It's probably a lot they could take on. But just an idea.
I think so. It sounds like we'll just continue what we're doing on this one. Yeah. So, and I guess waterworks, did we mention, for long-term financial planning, that's kind of also doesn't need to be changed, does it?
No, we'll start using it for the financial modeling, and then we tie that in to OpenGov and the asset management piece, and we put those kind of put those two things together.
So you said a little while ago that there was some problem with Waterloo?
There was a miscommunication about their ability to do the fee updates. They're doing the Prop 218 piece in terms of our rate study, but they just weren't as familiar with the fee updates, connection fees, things of that
Fee
nature.
schedule.
Fee schedule.
And they're also using Waterworth even as when they, step out of helping us with the actual 218 process. We're gonna have this software for us to use internally to continue the long range for financial modeling. So, but
Okay, so they're still involved with us, just that they're limited in that other area.
Correct. And with that, that was
yeah,
the end of those updates.
Yeah, item 3B. Wow.
Wait, before you, 3B, we should just, anybody have additional thought? Did we miss anything? Anything come up that you'd like to discuss on any of the previous items?
Yeah, I can bring it back out.
Or everybody happy?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yes.
Please.
On behalf of the facility side, I know since I've been here for 2.5 years now. The first year that I came in here, I never seen, when I talk about facilities being run loosely, everything falling apart, issues everywhere. Right now where I'm at, Matt knows for the past year, I've been turning around trying to get quotes for paint for different things. As you can tell, that's where we are right now. But I look at, if it's already been 30, 40 years sitting like it's been, to the point to where it's falling apart by the time I got here 2 years ago. Whatever happens in my department, and this is the biggest thing, it's turnkey. To where if somebody wants to come in and sit down in my chair, they can do it. Right. So that's the situation I'm doing at the Vets Hall. But the floors I haven't done over 30 years, or ever since that thing's been built. The paint, I don't know when was the last time it was touched. The roof, there's a lifetime warranty on the stuff on there. What are we looking at? I mean, it's about the community. If we're spending money in there, where's the money going? It's going in other places. I'm looking into getting the deck redone. I'm looking in the gutters. I even got quotes for the asphalt to turn around and get it all done. I mean, that's another 20, 30 years right off the bat. Not have to worry about it. Here we go. We jump into the public bathrooms. That's the other thing too. JM Construction, we're talking to them about redoing everything in there. That's another solid 10, 15 years. Just the tear down in there. I mean, we had plug ups 2 to 3 times a week in that thing. So we turned around. I know certain things. Went in there, we cleaned the line from the main to the commode all the way through. We only go out there maybe once every 2, 3 months for a plug up.
Wow.
So with all the maintenance that we do, the maglocks are coming in. I'm cutting out hours on my guys, weekends, trying to save that extra dollar to where it's going back into something else. I know I did that in the first year. The second year, I know this year I'm gonna be basically hopefully pretty even. Looking at that, the kitchen in the vet hall, putting it in a speed kitchen. We have a standard cabinets and counters and everything in there. We don't utilize it for that. So that's another thing that's being switched out. As for the ranch, the one thing that's been a blessing has been the fire council. Everything that they're doing with Radecki and Dan and them, I am scared you would not believe how bad for next year. If I'm losing a member already, and we're going back to a 2-man crew, or even to a worker and a supervisor, I don't see how it's going to get done. I seriously don't. Right now, we have been only doing the minimal stuff out of the range, trying to maintain everything that we have going on. And it is hard. I mean, the park thing, it's a great idea, but like we all know, where's the funds? We spend so many different things, I'm trying to get the vets all back up so that way we have a little bit of there. So we aren't worried about certain things like change out the lights, trying to save on power. I mean, those are things that I look at on a daily basis. It drives me nuts. But as for all of us or all of you that sit here that's representing the community, the park is a big thing, but at the same time, the fire department here is a big issue for me. It's part of my buildings. When they turn around and got their grants and their support from the donors and stuff of that nature, it hurt. But at the same time, I'm sitting there thinking, well, that's one less thing I have to worry about. But here it is. That money's not always going to be there. So I'm sitting there thinking, you know what? There's things that needs to be done here
which I actually turned around and told one of the fire departments yesterday, we need to sit down at least once a month to sit there and write down what's wrong. There's only a couple things. The only time they come to me is when it's broke. That's the sad part. But they know I'll be there in a heartbeat. Let me get up there. Let me see what I can do to get it back up and running. We'll make it work. But I just want you guys to know, I'm here to turn around and make sure that we make it the next 20 years, even after I'm gone. Okay? My biggest thing is just knowing that it's going to be harder in my department. I respect that. I know we don't have funds. But my thing is, I'm scared. You know, that is the biggest thing. I don't want to pay. That's me. But you know, that's why I want to turn around and tell you, that's why I'm doing everything the way that I can, that I know it's going to be here before I leave.
Thank you.
So,
And you're not leaving for a long time, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I do want to just say one thing, because he really represented you and your team at our ad hoc.
Yes.
And he told he told FFRP that he needs $250,000.
They did
Yeah, I
laugh. They did laugh at me.
They did laugh.
but I mean, I think we've got your back.
That's exactly
On
what.
this thing, I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying, that's what we're trying to do, I mean,
And
so.
And they didn't leave and say, this is never gonna happen.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the only thing that I see this money is coming in is from CTV. That's the bottom line. Because that's our extra funding that's coming in. They use our bathrooms, they use our facilities, they use the Fiscalia Ranch.
Yeah.
They use our property.
Yeah.
What did we get out of it?
Nothing.
That's the hardest thing to swallow every time I drive back and forth.
Yep.
Because I'm behind people and in front of people that are tailgating you, trying to get to Cambria for what? Go to the Christmas lights? I mean, come on. I mean, that's where I'm at.
well, you know why we don't get any money from them, do we?
The Christmas lights?
No, from tourism board and tourism in general.
Stop.
I know, well,
Yeah.
My biggest thing is just
that's for another.
producing.
Just kidding.
Yeah, like I said, my biggest thing is producing for the community. Right back to them, even though I'm not a native of here and I don't live here, but it's to the degree to where it's my job to make sure that I represent them and especially the board.
I think the ad hoc on revenue, additional revenue sources might talk about all the additional revenue sources. And I know we have, I don't know who's gonna be on the ad hoc, let's say that. It's unlikely that both of them will be in favor of anything like investigating incorporation, but you know, you're running out of alternatives. I mean, it's not, and then partial taxes are a very, very kind of an ad hoc solution which hurts low-income homeowners, fixed-income homeowners, most of all. Partial taxes are not a good way to tax. And they're hard to pass, you know, 2/3. And so I'm not gonna say anything more about it. Like, I gotta go home and, so, but I do think we're not gonna get away from that, you know, that whole problem of revenue, very easily.
But I, you know, to David's point, you know, those conversations we are having with the ad hoc is we have to stop from a GM perspective only, you know, and staff level, we have to stop doing the things that we can't afford to do to help lighten the load on the things that we should be doing, you know, whether it be maintaining the vets hall and district facilities and things of that nature, and then engaging those private groups that,
So we got,
you know, that maybe can help assist us with that. And I think the discussions that we did have is basically letting them know that we're going to start feeling the effects of our downsizing in facilities and resources because of our budget limitations. And David's gonna feel that, but then I've got to take David and pull him in and say, you have to stop doing certain things.
Stop saying yes.
Stop saying yes is one of them. Because David loves to say yes, and we love him for it to a certain extent, but we're gonna have to stop doing things that we can't physically do and financially do. And see, you know, if that drives support from some of these other groups.
So is there any chance, since the county's the one who gave us the money for the community park, or said that needed to be a community park years ago, is there any chance of working something out with the county to give us some of the heads on beds tax, since these things, FFR, the Fiscalini Ranch and the need for a community park, all of those things Is there any way we could get them to allocate to us? Since they're getting sales tax and everything else from all of these tourists, some of additional money?
So we had that conversation, so it was the chief still doing that?
No.
Okay. We got connected with Bruce Gibson, the chief went and sat with Bruce Gibson, and it's pretty much an emphatic no.
Yeah, that's the way.
They need the money.
Yeah.
They need the money.
They're not gonna let go
Yeah.
of any
It's
of
a
it.
general fund,
So the people who support the fire department had a huge fundraiser to help pay for things that the fire department need. Is there so much support for this community park and the ranch that I guess an independent party, since we can't do it, can have a fundraiser to help us with some of the things that we need?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we need.
Talking about the 501c3.
Yeah, we need to define that. We need to find the leader of that. So Debbie Horry was the one with the, with the Fire Safety Council to drive that big fundraiser, and I think that's the next step. There's a 501c3 fair on April 11th, in which I'll be there, helping set up and try to give a tour of the Vets Hall to some of these interested 501c3 groups. But yeah, there's someone that needs to take the lead with that and establish 501c3, or use, and not speaking for you, but or use the community council as the banker and drive that project forward.
Yeah.
But it can't come from us, because like we've already established, nobody trusts us. So we've got to get some passion behind that.
We need a passion, we need somebody to lead the.
Yeah.
Okay, another thing is,
I think we got somebody.
David and his crew are doing an absolute beautiful job of updating the Vets Hall, which hopefully will encourage more people to want to rent the Vets Hall. So the money that we bring in from the increased usage of the Vets Hall, does that go to F&R? Does that just go, I mean, I know part of it's maintenance of the Vets Hall too, but what part of the general fund does the rent from the Vets Hall, once we make it all wonderful and people flock to use it instead of
It
saying.
goes to F&R. It goes to F&R.
It goes to F&R.
So we have to update the rental rates. Those are long overdue. Long overdue. We also need to look at more efficiencies for the Vets Hall, which we started to do with the lighting. But next we need to look at windows to start to insulate that place a little bit better, because the electricity and the heating is very expensive. And so we lose money on almost every event. I have to be honest.
Yeah,
I think on every single
And I've
event.
said this before, though, we cannot charge what it would cost
Wow.
to cover our expenses.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and yes, we can bring in more money, which is helpful. But we won't ever be able to charge
But we,
what it costs us to run.
well, you might not be able to rent, charge more money, but maybe we will get more people wanting to rent it, which will increase it.
Yeah.
It helps a little. I mean,
Well, sure.
when all the work's done, it'd be great to invite the public in, just to look at the newly refurbished Vets Hall, just to show it off, and then,
Yeah, that's what
marketing.
we're yes. Yeah, we're thinking about some type of an open house.
Right.
Have people come through and check out the Vets Hall. I think with the fee schedule update though, they can take into account like all of the labor and electricity, and so we could start to close the gap on that. But then it becomes cost prohibitive to use for some of our community members, so it's a sticky situation.
I'm gonna 3B.
You want me to go with 3B?
3Bs. They're here, yeah.
Karen and I, we unfortunately don't have the agenda on our computers now. All we have is what was on the screen.
You can,
You need to close Zoom, there's the little Zoom that you can do that.
little Zoom, yeah.
But
You just,
so here,
Oh, there we
we're
go.
not, we're not.
Karen's got it here, Karen's got it.
Thank you.
There.
So we're not moving on to anything to tomorrow. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
I believe so.
So I believe there was supposed to be a wrap up here between the general manager and the board president. Making comments about, I think that's somewhere. Let me,
That's what we just did.
That's what we just did, I think.
It was David and Matt talking in a moment.
okay,
I think we covered that.
so, before we finish, Kurt Haley, I'd like to ask you this, is there early on, is there a way of determining the who is actually attending this out there in the community?
I've been sharing my screen this entire time and I haven't been checking, but you can see on the screen who's attending right now.
Can you read it?
Oh,
Oh, there we are.
sorry, that's on that screen.
Just everybody in this
It's
room.
Barbara Bronson, Gray, Dennis Duchek, Eric Johnson, and Rollins.
No, it's been, yeah.
Okay.
He was supposed to change his name.
And earlier was Daryl Robinson, who emailed me. Very interesting email. And then I'm trying to remember who I saw on there before. I think that was it.
Well, I could have sworn somewhere I saw where it said that both the general manager and the president of the board were supposed to kind of make a final comment on what took place today.
I think the facilitator is supposed to too.
Well, I'll give you the floor, President Farmer.
Dick, what did you think?
I think you exceeded my expectations. We had a great meeting. If, out of the 3 meetings we've had, we're starting to get into the meat of the strategic planning, or the beginning of the details. So I think we answered all the questions. I think we set a good basis for next year. With the unknown of who the directors will be this next year, a format like this would be very helpful of bringing up the new directors, should there be some ones up to speed. And I'd recommend they watch today's process to find out what getting down and what we're about when it comes to our core values.
Excellent.
And I appreciate the opportunity to do this again.
Next year.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for.
But it was weeks ago, I think it was great relaxed. It was just good. It was a good professional meeting. Glad to help.
Me? Thank you. No, I thought it was a really good meeting, and I'm glad the board was able to listen to the blunt, comments from the staff level. And I just want you to know, it comes from a place of it comes from a good place in terms of seeing what it's like on the ground, knowing what we're looking at in terms of budgets and operating expenditures, and the strain that it has on different departments, the strain it has on a lean management fleet, in general. And so I'm glad the staff was able to feel comfortable enough to kind of say what's on their mind and think about, how we keep this place sustainable moving forward. From a GM perspective, when I look to the north and what San Simeon's going through, it concerns me. And, and I think a lot of those staff comments come from that concern. I think, the public comment tapped on it a bit, is that things are going to get harder and harder for community service districts, as we start to talk about aging infrastructure and, salaries and benefits and retaining staff. And then, we don't have the same revenue raising mechanisms that we do. So, from a staff level, it was nice to talk about what we're gonna have to start doing in terms of prioritizing, essential functions of the district, and then looking at alternative funding sources. And so I thought that dialogue was good. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Sure, Vice President Dick.
So when you talk about the blunt comments from the staff, we need you to let us know if we're doing things that disrupt your staff morale and all of that. Because to me, knowing what matters to the staff and us trying to address it and calm it down helps with keeping your staff.
Appreciate that. Okay.
And when you asked if we should tone it down a little bit, I said, no, I want them to be honest. And I always want them to be honest. So that we know what we need to do to make sure things change for the better.
Appreciate it.
No, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Well, part of it is, I kept referring to the comments from the public and the comments from the staff and the comments from the board members. I think if someone cares enough to say something to us, we need to listen to them. And I know President Farmer, you said, well, you know, there are a lot of people in town that don't think that, but how come they didn't say something?
Mhm.
I mean, these comments this year were very different than what we've had in the past. It wasn't about what jerks we are or anything like that. I mean, that's how it was when we first got here. So I know that, like, one of the things that I would like to do is to send out a questionnaire to every single, maybe put it in the bill, that says, do you wanna, would you be willing to pay X amount, or would you be willing to pay extra money for FFRP or for the park? Would you be willing, are you at all interested in looking at incorporation? I mean, I wanna know.
Looks at me.
They I mean, we don't hear from everyone, and so I'd like to know
What needs
what.
to be in the question?
I mean, questionnaire is a good idea. I mean, it's.
I
we talk about
personally think it would be
questionnaire.
better email. I mean, we can see how many emails we have on file, just because I think we'd get a better response
It's a
rate.
pretty good email. How many, yeah, do we have?
How many do
How's it-
I would have, I can add, I mean, I can't get it right now, but I can definitely have, Miriam look and see
Yeah.
how many emails we have on file
And that's-
for rate payers.
Yeah.
That can just go out to
Because that would be where then they just click and we
Yeah.
have the
Yeah, those
results,
stuff.
cause
Yeah.
if you send it out with the bill, then they've
No,
gotta take
yeah.
the time to fill it out and
Right.
send it
Yeah.
back and everything.
No, that would be fine.
So, but I'll make sure we have, I mean, I'm hoping we have at least 90%
Yeah,
of people's
because
emails.
that's what we're here for, is to do what they want us to do. And if we don't hear from the right people, then we can't make decisions
Yeah.
based on what is good for the community.
Good comments, yeah, and they, yeah, we represent some person, some 1/10% of community that provided comments into this.
Yeah.
And we represent, all of those who don't.
Yeah.
And, equally, yeah, gathering more input, great idea, but for what purpose? That has to be very thoughtfully defined. If we're gonna do any survey and, yeah, it's already gotten the input from the strategic plan, so let's be very thoughtful if we do something of that nature. And yeah, also I just wanted to, and regarding top message. Oh, yeah, we're not gonna shoot the messenger, nobody here did, yeah, tell us it as straight as you can, in blunt language, and thank you, and thank all the staff for what's on their minds,
Yeah.
and kudos to Clark, this was a truly benchmark, strategic planning session. We got it out, you let the discussion flow, we kept it going, we kept the focus on objectives and supporting actions, so we've made progress. And especially, Mr. Gary, that heartfelt set of remarks towards the end, thank you for that. Yeah, we value what you're doing and all the staff, so thank you.
I just want to say this, everybody else has said everything I was gonna say. There was something special about this discussion today. I don't know how anybody else feels, but the amount of input that was received on every item that we discussed indicated, how could we say it? Not just the intelligence, but the commitment of the people in this room to do the best we can to serve this community. That's how I felt. And as someone just pointed out, David, the way you got up passionately at the end and just stated your truth, how you're living your ability to do the best you can for this district and this community. To me, just was kind of like the cherry on top of the sundae. And I mean, we all wish you the best, but as I said, everything that happened today reflected the best that everybody in this room and the people that aren't here have to offer to make this district run as best as it possibly can. And that's about all I can say. And I just want to thank all the board members for being who they are. And even if we have differences of opinion, we all deeply care and respect for one another.
And I want to thank the staff for being here. And spending the time with us and being blunt about what they need.
And I'd like to thank David.
Yes.
Yes, Alan, yes.
He's in there, yes.
Okay.
And we'll see, David, if we can get some funding from the initials that we all know to get you at least another staff member and then some.
President Farmer, would you like me to introduce agenda item 3B?
Sure.
Agenda item 3B, discussion and consideration to adjourn the March 2nd, 2026 special board meeting regarding the strategic planning workshop to March 3rd, 2026, if necessary. I mean, I could read the discussion.
I have a motion. Yes, you go right ahead.
I motion that we do not adjourn to March 3rd and that we adjourn right now.
I second.
I would like
Do we need a vote?
add to
Or do we
that.
just?
No, this is just it's a workshop.
Yeah.
You don't need it, just work.
What did you want to say?
In the staff report, the general manager, in the last paragraph has asked us to discuss, whether we're going to have September 10 semi-annual review.
Oh,
I believe you wanted that.
That just
That's
is.
affordable.
that's automatic, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
This gives you,
About 6 months.
The semi-annual, yeah.
and it's just consensus, you can decide that, maybe, yeah,
Of course.
you don't decide it, I just.
Well, guys,
Just follow the rules.
Good meeting.
thank you all.